Yes. Welcome again to another session, another live stream here on the Chaos Rain Show. I am Chaos Rain here. Today's broadcast, I have a special guest, a lovely guest that will help, more facilitate this, I guess, revelation in regards to the famous, I guess, guru, the life coach. I don't know if he's a dating coach, wherever his pedigree, what he is, wherever his background is. But the one they call Derek Jaxn, as you know, since 2020, I believe, when he was exposed for having so many ladies that he's been, gobbling, screwing, blowing backs out, and sucking the bejesus out of from the one Tasha K. It has now been revealed now that and I had to laugh this. His wife, Danae Jackson, has come out now and revealed her not real, but the real truth about Derek and her relationships. But before I give the title and the layout, the premise, make sure you follow me on all social media platforms. Follow me on Twitter at ChaosRain7. Also, add me as a friend on Facebook, Eric Rain on Facebook. Follow me and join my Rumble, CRain23. Just, make your way to Rumble. Start following me as I get a few followers. I will be doing some live streams over there on Rumble. So please, with your help, follow me on Rumble for those that's watching and will watch the playback of this stream. Also, join the Discord service of the Chaos Rain Show as well. That link is in the About section of this page. Just like all their links will be in the description of all uploads and live streams here on the Chaos Rain channel. And always, please subscribe to the channel. Subscription is free. Hit the red button and hit the top notification bell for uploads and live streams here on the Chaos Rain Show. So now, no further ado, I bring you back the return of the one, the matchmaker, the one herself, LeTisha Underwood. Hello, LeTisha Underwood. How you doing? As she gets her mic ready. LeTisha, you there? Oh. Ooh. All right. As you know, she is the matchmaker. She's been doing this now for over a decade. So she has not only a catalog.
I'm here. I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, good. Yeah. Matter of fact, I'll let the people hear from yourself. Welcome again to the Chaos Rain Show, LeTisha Underwood. If you want to tell people that be listening to this broadcast a little bit about yourself. Oh, she muted herself. Okay. You mute yourself, LeTisha. Okay. All right. As she gets through the kinks.
Okay. No. I'm sorry. So I am LeTisha Underwood. I am a certified professional matchmaker, and I am the CEO and founder of twoheartsexclusive matchmaking services. And I focus on men who are in the top 5% of individual income earners. And I help them find wives. Mostly my clients are traditional minded, so they're looking for a more 1950 style relationship dynamic. And I'm also a dating specialist and strategist where I help men and women focus on learning to date better. And I have a focus in the arena of the psychology of dating. So I work with my clients on working on the inside, like working on themselves to figure out what their dating troubles are, and not just working on them to improve the outside. What's going on with them on the outside?
Excellent, excellent, excellent. And as y'all know, for those men that are up to the 5% of income earners, roughly 75 and 70K and up, you and you're looking
Nope,
for.
that would be like $240,000 net.
Oh, you went up now.
Yes.
Oh, looks like the price went up, people. One time when I had it here, end of last year was you roughly 75K, but looks like 75K men are not looking for wives. Is now you got to be a quarter million up. Jeez, damn, y'all guys gonna have to. I don't know, man. Y'all might have to just swing it out here in the West, unless you want to, find men outside the West. I'm just saying. I mean, it is what it is. Nonetheless, is there a reason why you kind of went up a little bit with the 5% now, LeTisha?
Yes, because you are absolutely correct. The lower the income, the less likely a man is to marry, especially black men.
Okay.
And then basically, my prices of my service, I just found it's very easy. It's much easier working with men in the top 5%. They're not going to haggle and hassle over what I charge. So.
Okay. Because usually last time I checked, men that make 85 or more, if they knew about you, they would have no problem coughing up the money.
Mm-mm.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know. This is new information.
I would say black men, not necessarily white non-black men. And I don't want to make
Okay.
this into a race thing, right?
Okay.
Um, but
Hmm.
yeah, but then like I start off at about $10,000. So
Okay.
someone who's making $85,000 that's going to
That's
be
that's
quite
like that's like 8 grand a month, if I can remember, if math is right.
yes.
Yeah, or maybe 7 point, whatever price is. But yeah, I think I follow you in a way. But like I said, if certain black men in a certain tax bracket either knows where you are or they can't pay 10 grand up front, that's nothing. It's depending on what they what they do with their money. I look at if people look for service, they know what to do, you know, overall. But like I said, you've been doing this for over a decade, from what I said earlier in the stream. So you know what man's willing to pay for the right service, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So it's not like saying black men particularly won't cough that cash, but let's be honest, your time is somewhat value, and let's be honest, LeTisha, how many men really complain after paying, let's say, that amount, that they have not been satisfied to really getting what they really want, or
I have not had a client complain that they didn't get what they want.
Okay. Very
Yeah.
good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Yeah. So if you have the money, fellas, come check LeTisha. I'll put her link in the description when I get a chance. Um, hold on, I'm looking at some things right now because I have to rewrite that. But other than that, everything is good. Life is good. You're living. Doing your best life, LeTisha. And I think one time you're on Clubhouse, correct?
I am. You can find me all across all the social media platforms. I'm on Clubhouse. You can find me under LeTisha Underwood,
Mm-hmm.
Facebook under LeTisha Underwood, or my business name, Two Hearts Exclusive Matchmaking Services. Same with Facebook, TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, good, 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 good. All right, so hold on. I'm trying to find one more thing because I'm just. Oh, I had to redo this over. There we go. All right, good. So we should be good. All right, so let us begin, guys. The title, as you know, this is part two of Hold on, I get a notification. Okay, yeah, this is the part two of like y'all guys vote on the poll. Y'all want to see part two of this, and I have the matchmaker to really break down the psychology of the Derek Jaxn. As you know from recap, if you're familiar, LeTisha, because I'm not sure how much you have watched the interview on the another brother that hosts about finding a wife. You familiar with this guy's channel on YouTube?
The Dear Future Wifey podcast.
Yes. Are you familiar with this
I'm
gentleman?
familiar. I don't think I really watched too many episodes, but yes, I'm familiar.
Okay, 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 okay. You know, it's funny that he's trying to find a future wife, but and I know he has money. Why he never seek a matchmaker? You ever notice or ever question that?
That's a good question. Wait, so he's not married?
No, his show is based on having conversation with other single people or one's divorced or in the same situation as him. From what I'm gathering, don't quote me. And his premise, the whole purpose is that his future wife that he envisions would that he'll hope to come around and find her or she'll find him. Because in his own relationship, from what I gathered, and people can correct me on this, that he was once married and got divorced because of cheating.
Oh, did he cheat or did his wife cheat
Cheat,
on him?
yes, he cheat, and it caused the collapse of his own marriage. So one thing with him, because as a man searching, he's trying to find himself. I guess I'm not sure if this show he created is some form of therapy for himself. Because if you're titled a show to find a future wife, me as a man, if I'm looking for a wife, I would seek a wife and go out on the ends of earth to find that wife that is suitable for me after and learning my lesson after a divorce. You get
Yeah,
me?
he needs to seek out a matchmaker. Maybe he needs the matchmaker on his show.
Well, one thing I'm hoping that matter of fact, I might put some in the tag him on this. I'm hoping if he does catch his broadcast, and I'll say, Mister wherever you are, the one that runs the future wife, come hit up LeTisha Underwood. I'm not sure if you're in the South, Florida, by any chance. Cause I think you're based in Florida still, right, LeTisha?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
I'm Central Florida.
I'm hoping that he's still, if he lives around it or close around it, he should hit you up because I know definitely if his wife he's seeking for, I don't think that's a hard bargain that you could fulfill. You'll do your best. So I think he should seek a matchmaker. Why not? This is not for him. This is not the show. Focus on this one. We're going to focus on Derek Jaxn. So no further ado, as you know, did Derek Jaxn participate in Derek Jaxn's infidelity? This is part 2, volume 2. So we're going to begin. Make sure you guys hit that like button as you come in, share the stream, and please, 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 please subscribe to the Chaos Rain Show. Let us begin.
That's an appetizer.
Oh, that's the pregame.
Appetizer.
Well, let me tell you something, because now the hashtag is defined XYZ is going to be what it is.
Define it.
Define commitment.
We have to be very specific and crystal clear on here.
Define wedded bliss.
What is that?
Define not being inappropriate.
Right. Define it.
Define it. Define it.
Let's define a lot of things, okay? So
I understand what you mean when you go through what you've been through, because when you deal with that certain type of personality, it'll make you have to rethink and restructure and reimagine what words actually mean, because those words can be used against you, and we'll dig deeper into that. And so now we left off, you're in your first year of marriage.
Yes.
And you found that Derek was having inappropriate conversations with people from his past that he had a sexual relationship with, and then later on you began to find out that it wasn't just conversations; it had moved to actual sexual acts.
yes. And again, I didn't find that out until 2019. So we got married January 2018. I found out in November of 2019 that there was a lot of conversations that had turned into physical interactions from.
So let me pause right there. They got married in 2018. That's 5 years ago. Now, if you don't recall, LeTisha, from other broadcasts that played snippets of the first part, right? That there was not really an actual conversation between her and Derek, because throughout the whole interview from the first volume, the first part, if people caught the first part, you catch on my channel or on the brother's channel himself, that Derek, overall, from what she has said, was not really fully invested in her, where he take a liking, where it said, "This is my woman."
That is correct. I watched actually both parts. I didn't get to complete the second part. I just couldn't take it anymore. But yes, it seems as if from the first part up until the time they were married, because she even said they weren't in a relationship prior to their wedding day. She was a woman who was in his rotation. So there was like no real commitment there. It seems as if once she got pregnant, decided to keep this baby and not abort it like the other 3 pregnancies, that he I don't even think he was trying to do right by her, because she said, well, I'm going to take this kid to Denver because I have family in Denver.
Yeah.
And he called her mom or whoever, and then next thing you know, he asked her to marry him. So I don't think he was committed to her. I think he was committed to his child, but not to her.
And here's the funny thing. I have a problem with that. For a lot of fellas don't understand. And there has to be blame put on her as much as I want to put blame on him. That you are having reckless sex with not only Danae but other women, from what Danae has been revealing. And because of this, she eventually got pregnant, not once, but I could say this is the 4th time. Because, and we're going to use the words deletions, because if y'all catch the early parts of my channel, I already revealed what, in regards, she had the 3 something, that she was not, and probably and we're not sure if she got knocked up the first time when she got her innocence take her, or got what they call grape or touch back when she was 19. We're not sure if she got pregnant at that time, the first time, but we'll say she got pregnant more than once. And the other 2 was by Mr. Derek Jaxn, or 3, right? That,
but do we know that
well, she said that she had 3 deletions.
She
So
said she had 3 deletions, but she
3
didn't say
deletions.
that she had those were his. Like,
And
of
yeah,
what people say. And
yeah.
she never said I got pregnant by him. I was pregnant by him 3 times previously, and I
Okay.
deleted them. She just said I had 3 deletions already, and I wasn't going to do it again.
Oh, okay. So we could conclude that she has been messing around unprotected if she got knocked up 3 times. Is that right?
That's correct.
So
I don't think he actually specifically asked her if she was seeing anyone else.
okay.
She did allude to the fact that she used one of her co-workers to try to make him jealous, and then she tried to say it was just emotional cheating. Although I don't know how you cheat when you're just in a situationship. She said it was just emotional, nothing physical, but no one asked her, were you sleeping with other men at this time during the course of your dynamic?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and I have to agree with that, because she did not specific say it was on Derek. But as you know, a lot of dudes in certain sectors of not only YouTube but outside social media, they would assume and believe that Derek knocked her up 3 times, but she was never in detail. It was Derek, which that kind of drew my eyebrows a little bit. So it makes me question, Danette, you out here busting it wide open and on the carousel while still waiting in line with Derek that's still giving you the deed. This is what a lot of people, that if we're paying attention to detail, that's what we can conclude. Am I right or wrong?
no, you're correct. It seems like unless someone is asking her the specific questions, there's a lot that she's not saying, and we're left to just try to fill in the blanks. So yeah, that's the conclusion. I was listening, and I was listening intently, because I really don't have a dog in this fight. I'm not a Derek Jaxn follower, and I had a lot of sympathy for her when this all came out. But then in my profession, I need to be objective. So I'm like, what's the truth in this matter? That's all I care about, is what's the truth. So a lot of inferences are being made, but no one, he didn't really ask her specifics. He didn't go into detail about those deletions, or a lot of things actually, because she would infer that things about the dynamic that sounded like she was in rotation. It was a situationship, but he never specifically asked her to clarify certain things. Like even when they went from South Carolina to Atlanta, it sounded like she just decided she was going to follow him because they were having sex. He decided to move, and she decided she was going to move, and yet they weren't even together.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, that's my thing, man. And I had to really, honestly, to say something not right with this conversation. But let's keep going and listen more on her. Fair use, everybody. Fair use. Oh, I forgot to put the banners. Oh, my apologies. Make sure y'all follow this and the fair use. So let's continue.
That point. So in that time span, I had actually began working on myself. I had 500 followers at the time.
Oh, look at your 500 followers.
500. I was
There
doing big things.
Feel like you're doing something. You like, I
all
got
kinds
500.
of big things. I was known. People knew who I was. Okay.
He over here with 1 point something million. You had 500.
Everybody knew who I was. Okay. And so I had actually started a little journey on Instagram at the time with like losing weight. I had lost 66 pounds. I told you I had enrolled. Thank you. I had enrolled in therapy. So my therapist is like helping me through this time as I'm losing weight. And I'm like, yeah, I'm becoming a better person, a better woman. I'm becoming more secure, like in myself and confident in myself. Look at all this weight I just lost. I've been putting this work in. I'm fine.
After 2 kids.
2 whole kids. I'm looking fine. Okay. And then it was at that point I'm like, I want to start traveling with you. I'm going on tour with you. So then he did the self-love tour with Steven Speaks and all that. And I was there at almost every tour stop.
Did people know who you were when they saw you?
They did not know who I was until I said I'm his wife. And there was a few times where I had to, literally our team, because I coordinated our team to travel with us, the people that I hired to come with us. And they were literally like holding me back at some of these events, like, don't do it. And I'm like,
well, what were you about to do?
Listen, I was not always saved. Okay. So there's, when you have a husband that is in the spotlight, women feel like they can do whatever they want. They can talk to him how they can touch however they want. Oh, you're so fun. These little touches turn into something else.
Some more touches.
Other touches, right? There was a lot of that. There was a woman that was bold enough to sit on his lap and he didn't even do anything about it. And I had better words from at that time because I had been in therapy. So I was practicing those tools and, it still was like, okay, well, this is part of my job. This is what comes with it. You have to be more secure. And I'm like, I'm secure, but it is not okay for this to happen, And so that just kind of became a dynamic throughout the rest of the tour, but we made it through by God's grace. But yeah, there was a couple times where they had to hold me back.
So he welcomed.
So to add on, if I get it, she really wanted to be, because let's be clear, Danae worked for her husband. Because I'm not sure what she does for profession, but when they got married, I think what was going on here is that, and mind you, she already had a baby before they got married first time. The baby was like 2 months when they officially tied a knot and got, officially was legally married, right? So if I'm thinking that she has to really, from what I'm following, you could probably correct me. She has to say, okay, we're now, I'm a husband, I'm a wife, and he's my husband. So now I have to support him all the way. That means now I have to see and participate and help facilitate this business that he has created, this persona of being a guru. Any thoughts? Any comments, LeTisha?
The problem is she never set any boundaries from the beginning. And I tell my clients this all the time. You negotiate the relationship you get, right? You don't get the relationship you deserve. You get to negotiate. You get the relationship you negotiate for. And she didn't set any clear boundaries or standards. And I think it was out of insecurity due to the fact that she knows that he only married her because she was pregnant. So now that she's lost the weight, she's more comfortable. Now she's trying to assert herself. And I get that based on what he does, part of his persona is the fact that women find him available. So women are more in tune, more inclined to listen to him, to buy his products because they believe he's available. But considering the realm that he was in, he should have put her front and center since he decided to make her his wife, regardless of the reason. He should have made sure to respect her in that regard. But as much as she was trying to fight, he just couldn't do it because he didn't have that care for her. He did not see beyond the fact that, okay, you're the mother of my children, my children, I don't want to lose my children, and you can be useful to me now. And I also see her as having a anxious, preoccupied attachment style, where a lot of that, and I hope her therapist helped her with that, where it's an insecure attachment style where she's hyper focused on her place in his life, how he feels about her and how he sees her. And boy, I tell you, the both of them together, him being narcissistic and then her being an anxious, preoccupied attachment style, that was a recipe for disaster. I can't. I feel sorry for the kids because I can only imagine the conversations and the arguments that they were having and the level of pettiness that they were having within their relationship dynamic.
You know, it's interesting you mentioned the kids, and that's something I never put into thought because they have two, maybe three. I think it's mostly two right now. They have. We could say there's more than one kid that Derek has with Anaya. One is a daughter, and the other one is a son. And we have to always deal with and think of the consequence of what these young babies that's still toddlers will eventually go through once they start hitting close to like teenage age, personally, or upper toddlers, because there's certain things that's going to be questioned, and you know how children are once they're young and impressionable, they're going to look to the parent that's around the most, going to start asking questions: where's mommy, where's daddy? Into point saying, you know the relationship might not be that strong, depending on the psychology of the parents. And as you could tell, and we could agree, Denia is, in my opinion, no shape at this point in her at a stage of her life to be a parent personally, because she has not done the soul work, the shadow work. Throughout her whole interview, from part one to this part two, to me as a man, and you probably have a kid. I don't have kids right now. That we could conclude, say, if you've gone through some trauma just as you were approaching your 20s, and then all of a sudden you're out there, actually meeting people and dating. That is, and I remember D. Durrell had this conversation, it is a formula for disaster. Even him as a therapist, a licensed clinical therapist that's been doing it for over 15 or more years, said he don't recommend no person, especially a woman, go out there in the dating world to be looking for a mate as young or whatever age you are and you've been touched. You need some real actual therapy, which that's going to take maybe months, maybe a year or two, depending, to really get anything unresolved really controlled. Not check, but control, because there's no way you're going to go back in hand time and repair what has happened to you. But one thing is evident, you can get a handle of this with the right people around, with the right doing the necessary work. It's possible to really properly, get yourself properly together. Because what happens, what Denia has said, and if you remember the interviews, she could tell the direction of her mate by how he interacts with her physically, touching her. And I always question, what do you mean by touching you? Are you talking about how he handles you or treats you during the bedroom? Because I'm not sure of your sexual history, but when you get in touch and a man takes it, I could probably conclude, I could be wrong, because she don't really goes in say, what age she lost her virginity. We could say, we conclude that as you left high school, I think that's the first time you had a sexual experience. Can we be honest? Am I right or wrong? You can correct me on this, LeTisha.
Well, she's not clear. She doesn't say that that's her first sexual experience. And typically, SA victims, if that was their first sexual experience, will let that be known. Maybe it was an overstep on her part. Maybe she felt it was already, it would be inferred or implied. But I wonder, so either she's a great chameleon and she was really able to put on a front and hide that, because remember she said that it happened weeks before her meeting him.
3 weeks. It was 3 weeks after.
Right.
So
Which
we could
means,
say this is during the summertime as she finished high school going into college, or maybe still part in Denver. We're not sure. And then eventually she make her way to go take a trip to start her college life. Possibly. Go ahead.
right. And so either she was great at hiding that side of herself from him, or she or he was just such a narcissist that he took advantage of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he took, like if she told him that he took advantage of the situation, and it would have been easier for him to entrap her into a casual situationship. Um, I don't want to think that, because I'm like, that's so malicious, right? To know that a woman has been sexually assaulted, and then you're going to use her. You're not even going to have any consideration, any empathy for that, but you'll use her for your own means.
Mm-hmm.
That's very hard for me to grapple with, but that could have been a possibility. Or she was just very good at hiding that side, and she was very good at hiding her side. But then again, also, if she did hide that side from her, you also have to understand that the toxic dysfunctional turmoil she may have brought to him. Like, everybody's thinking about him because they're saying, oh, he cheated when he only cheated during the marriage. But no one is thinking of what type of toxicity she brought, bringing this type of baggage into their dynamic.
Mm-hmm. 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 I mean, I think the reason why a lot of people are not really, like you said, questioning her, because I think a lot of women live vicariously or have that same experience that Danae is experiencing, especially in the West when it comes to certain men, especially black men. So they could feel and say, I had that same experience with this man that I am by default sexually attracted to. He is that what they call dream black man. He's tall, he's very dark, he looks appealing, and he keeps his body in shape. And like she said, he is charismatic. He like says some, words to her, and it sweeps her off her feet. And every woman, especially if you give it and tell them what they want to hear, it makes the juices of their yoni go ooh, 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 ooh.
Wait,
Just the man saying you're a black queen, say it's not your fault. I love women with stretch marks. And say, oh my God, you love stretch marks? I want to find a man just like you. Or you say, you have more than one child. These dudes are squares. They don't want to take care of another man's baby mom. Don't want to be no stepdaddy. I say they're losers. That just makes their heart faint. Say, oh, it gives women the opportunity to say there is still hope. There is still life out there. Screw these dudes that saying I can't have and get what I want. No, I got more than one baby from one man or another. Or I keep myself less up to par, but man's gonna love every bit of me, all the fatness. I mean, it's just delusional at an all-time high. And as you know, LeTisha, men cannot live in delusions. The world accepts us as is, and either we make the adjustments, we don't get nothing. But I think here in America, especially, and ladies, I want you to understand, this is only the best place you could be right now in the world. Outside America, I don't see it being any nicer, personally. Maybe some parts of Europe, if they have the same, things established to keep your delusional going, maybe so. But outside America, you can't live in the same delusions and think you're going to get what you're going to get being subpar. And yes, everybody's average. Yes, the world is average. There's very few people that are slightly above average, but it's a very small percentage. And for those women, and trust me, LeTisha, one time you matchmade and helped women try to get productive men that at a certain level at the time. And even you yourself, you're not going to put or bring a certain clientele of women in front of men that's making, let's say, 75K or up, even to the point if they're making $250,000. The more the money the man really makes, it's gonna be more challenge for paying. Let's put you in front of these men so these men could give you a full security in regards to marriage. Especially now, LeTisha, how these men are thinking now. In regards that there's red pill talking points, there's black pill. There's things that men are being blunt honest because the internet is revealing actual male nature. The ones that got it to tell you, said, for you to get this, I need something in return. You heard KS been saying that, okay, we're not going to stop you for what you want, but what does the man really get in return? A woman can't really articulate what they really can give a man. We always say this notion about the table thing, which is cool, but really, to ask the question, you should be able to answer the question. And it should be simple. Just like, you want a man, if you marry LeTisha, you had a room where the dudes, you ask dudes what they do, right? Or what they make them to be a husband, right? Some dudes will fail and answer this question. I listen. I agree. It goes the other side as well. But it lets you know that when it comes to us, and especially if a man makes more, he always had to come to realization what he really wants. And when he knows what he wants, he's going to stand firm and say, I'm not going to budge. This is what I want, and I'm not going to water down. Normally, that most men, we take anything that's given to us because we do settle. And we will lower down certain requirements for cooperation. You see it firsthand. Am I right, LeTisha?
Yeah, I see it sometimes, yes.
And the reason why, because a man needs to still function in this world, and he can't have his woman act a certain way. That's going to be representation of himself. So, yeah. I don't know if you want to add on before I continue playing this.
No, you can go ahead and.
All right. Fair use.
You on the tour. It wasn't like he was trying to tell you to stay at home.
He didn't tell me to stay. He let me come. I was running things. I was taking pictures of him and all the people.
Mm-hmm.
And I, when it got out of control, I would give a look and be like, I am his wife. And I'm like, oh my gosh, can't believe it.
Because I didn't know he was married. I didn't know he was married until the infamous bonnet video. I never knew he was married.
A lot of people apparently didn't know he was married, but he did make a couple of videos here and there that said he was married.
What video was that?
It was a long, probably when we first got married, he did a video on YouTube where he was actually live on YouTube. And it's still, I don't know if it's still up there, but he talked about our marriage and how we got married and all that. And then Don't Forget Your Crown, he talks about me and him and our relationship and us getting married. Yeah, that's one of his books. And he talked about us getting married, which was his number one book outside of A Cheating Man's Heart series. I got something for y'all.
I saw some shade right there.
What? I know he came out with that. A Cheating Man series. Imagine that. He's talking about himself.
But here's the thing, though. I think I came across Derek Jaxn 2016 or something, maybe 2015. And I saw some videos where he did say he had a girl. And then I remember in 2018, he talked about how she was his wife and stuff. So I knew that he was in a relationship and that he had someone that he was seeing and that he was married. So I'm confused as to how this guy didn't know, because how do you know? Because then that just goes to show that people weren't really paying attention to his content. They were just paying attention to the clips, and we know who else they did that to. Kevin Samuels.
Oh. Okay.
People weren't actually listening to what he was saying. or watching his actual videos. People were just listening to the reaction videos of what someone else was splicing, cutting down, editing parts of what he was saying. So the same thing happened with Derek Jaxn. Like even like I knew when I first came across him that Derek Jaxn was a reformed F boy because he said he was. Now the part that gets me is dude was saying he was reformed when he was still an F boy all this time in his marriage. But I wasn't shocked when it came out that he was cheating on his wife. I wasn't shocked that people felt like, oh, he was not being honest, he was not being authentic, and people were like he wasn't walking it like he was talking it. I'm like, nah, he did allude to himself being that guy back in the day, especially his college years. He said he was wild. He didn't care. He didn't treat her like she wanted to be treated. He did tell everybody that when they were dealing with each other, that back in the beginning, she was not first on his priority list. So
Yeah, not the first, but like I said, the man sweep it off her feet. So he was more in control than Daenerys in control in any situation. Regardless that she during the relationship, the 10-year relationship, or more than 10 years, she knew Derek, how she tried to manipulate him to really, control it in a certain way. Let's be honest, she was never in control of this. Even though when she used another dude and try to play off that she's in a relationship just to create some jealousy. And I don't like when women do that, but you know how women are, saying if they really like the next dude, they're going to use another dude and can be the simp to play along. And I remember one dude tried to argue down LeTisha, saying she is cheating on Derek. And I'm saying, how so, sir? She tell you that she used this dude like a simp to make her main dude that she really was attracted to jealous. You think she's going to give up the coochie to the simp that playing along?
well, we've seen it happen in The Best Man. But no, you can't cheat on someone you're not in a relationship with. Neither he didn't cheat because remember, she was watching him. She saw him with other women. Like she would pass him in the hallway and stuff. So um he was not in a relationship. She was not in a relationship with him. It was a situationship. It was just sex. And this thing of him sweeping her off his feet, no one even said, how did he do that? All she says, he's a charming guy. He's funny. Okay, but this is what I tell women. I ask women, I said, what does a man do that is so above and beyond that makes you want to lose yourself in him? Besides the sex being great, besides him saying things that you like to hear that makes you feel good, what is he actually doing for you? What is he actually giving to you? And women do this. Women will think, oh, he's so caring and he's so kind and he says he's so charming, makes me laugh. But I'm like, that does nothing for you. He's not committing to you. So how is he this great, wonderful guy that causes you to push all the other guys away? The guys who actually wanted to be with you, because I'm sure that Fabian probably wanted to be in a relationship with her, or he was gay to go along with that.
Which they never talked about. And I was thinking he must be Hespe.
Yeah, she said he passed away. So it's like this well, he swept her off. Yes, he approached her, but did he approach her knowing that she had this baggage that she was coming with, right? She's not an ugly girl. I mean, even if she had bad skin or whatever, they're in Tuskegee. So, he's a country bumpkin. She's not so much of a country bumpkin because she's from Denver. She's from out west. But there was something about her that he was probably intrigued by. So he approached her, but he never committed to her. So I'm confused as to where is this conversation about he swept her off her feet and then he did her so wrong by cheating, because it sounds to me like they were just having sex. They were probably cool, vibing. One thing led to another, and then he just put her in his rotation.
And last time I checked, a lot of women complain about the rotation part, but how I think as a man is you can't complain when you're a participant and volunteer to be in rotations. You know, especially if you're seeking a relationship with the dude that you really want, and he's able to get access to many women that want to open and bust wide open for him, and he has to do too much. I mean, sweetie, you're fighting to lose bad because you're gonna be like you said, in some man's rotation. And early in this conversation, from other rooms and other streams, that yes, we as men will put you in certain categories depending how the interaction is, you know. And let's be honest, I'm gonna say this personally. A lot of dudes don't got the balls to tell a lot of ladies what our real intentions are with y'all. See, one thing that I miss because Al Roger Curry transitioned in November of last year, he always tell a lot of men, because he is a dating coach, and as old as and expert as he is, and he wrote a few books on this, that he tells dudes you got to have the cojones to really be upfront honest to tell a woman's real intention so you don't waste not only your time but hers. And not only you do that, you actually weed out the women that will potentially be your time wasters. I'm not sure if you read any of his books on LeTisha, Al Roger Curry's books. I have a few of them that I eventually bought.
No, I'm not familiar with him. I wasn't familiar with him until his passing, and I saw it trending on social media.
Well, I would advise, because you know you're a matchmaker, you should buy a few of his books and read from this man, because what the works he wrote years ago hold weight to today. And it's very good for a library for anybody that's trying to understand the psychology and the head games. He's the best person. And he has a background in, you know, certain fields, I think, philanthropy, psychology, a bunch of things. But he, for his own experience in college, he is well versed. You know, so I would highly recommend you purchase a few books. I'll tell you the books before the end of the stream, okay? That you should have in your library if you're well-known reading certain books. You get me? All right. Who's this? Oh, welcome, Queen of Virtue. As you know, my wonderful moderators in the building. As you could tell, you could feel so generous. You know, send your donations through the Cash App Chaos 8 Ren, or support Viva the Super Chat. Super Chat is available, people. I know this is part 2, but you know we got to cover this, and I have an expert on the line. Fair use, fair use.
But
She said a cheating man's heart.
It is. It's called A Cheating Man's Heart, and it's the 3-part book. Outside of that, Don't Forget Your Crown is right there, where he talks about me and us. My name is all up in the book, and our relationship, parts of it are in there.
He said parts of it.
And so
The man be throwing this little shade up there. You got to catch it because she just toss it out there a little bit.
I am a woman of God. You know, like I have integrity, and
She said parts of it.
It is. It's the truth, though. There are parts of it in there, and parts of it are true. So he did talk about it a little bit, but it was not this, you know, how we see most people like, oh, this is my wife.
Yeah.
You know,
You ain't gonna see no Gabrielle and Dwayne Wade type of stuff,
right,
or Sierra and Russell.
Right.
You know.
Right. And then when I started asking for that, it was like, you gonna make the block hot. And like, I don't care if I make the block hot. I'm your wife. And
He's gonna make the block hot.
So
what did that mean to you? What do you mean by that when you say you're gonna make the block hot?
Well, by the time I was really like forceful, like, hey, you need to take a stand for who you're. If you're saying you want me, you need to take a stand. I need to see this translated. Yeah. And it was like, well, you know, it's like, okay, I'm just coming off of this, gonna make the block hot. You know, like I had to let go of these people, and they're gonna be upset. And I'm like, I don't care.
Let go what people? What are you talking about?
The women.
He didn't tell you that. He didn't tell you that if you come out and share, if he comes out and share that y'all are married, that he would have to let go of women.
He was saying that he had to let go of these women, right, behind the scenes. I'm gonna make the block hot, or he's gonna make the block hot, or I'm gonna make the block hot for him posting me after he's let go of these women, because their feelings are gonna be hurt. Right?
Are you talking about women that you knew about prior to the marriage?
Prior to the marriage, in the marriage. Okay, so when I was very forceful about it,
yes.
When I was very forceful about it, we had this is, like 2 years ago, so we already in the marriage. So when I was like, you need to take a stand, you want me back, this is what needs to happen.
Okay, so we fast forwarded.
Yeah.
So this is when you took because you mentioned in part 1 that it was an 8-month.
Yeah, so I was gone for 8 months. So I left in February of 2020 I left Georgia and I went to Denver and I slept on my mama's couch with my 2 kids for 8 months. And I
What
stayed
made you
away.
leave?
There was a lot. It was a lot going on at that time. I had already knew about the infidelity since Thanksgiving, around the Thanksgiving time, where we hosted his whole family in our house. And that was the hardest thing I had to do, to sit there and be with his family and all that. I went to Thailand with my mom and my best friend after that. And I was talking to the Lord and I was like, okay, Lord, I can't continue to do this. And I was like, okay, you need to choose between the condo and the family that you created. Right. And I really feel like I heard that from the Lord, to tell him to do that, because he was spending a lot of time. We had a condo and then we had a mansion, and I was in a mansion, a 9,000 square foot mansion by myself with 2 kids, more nights than I should be. Like the people that clean our house were in there more with me and the kids than he was. And
I got to pause. Now, I'm confused. Wouldn't this be every woman's dream life from last almost 3 years? Since KS came onto the scene to start direct his content from not only to the men to the women, and always put out this persona of high value man and how much it takes to raise a family of 2 and what life they want to live, into the point that sometimes the life they want to live, they don't want to do nothing but sit down on their butts and have possibly maids do everything for them. Isn't that the life that a lot of, last time I checked, modern women wanted? LeTisha, am I right or wrong?
Yes, but not her, right? Because if you listen, she said she was forcing him to let go of the women, and he said, "You're gonna make the block hot. I don't want to hurt their feelings." That tells me that she knew that he was seeing other women,
Mm-hmm.
but he needed to. But now that they're married, she's pressuring him to cut off all these other women because now we're
Yeah.
married. So he's like, he's got he's got a condo. Like, they have a 9,000 square foot mansion. What do you need a condo for to do content? These mansions usually have very large spaces. 9,000 feet, he could be all the way on the other side of the house or in the basement, and she can keep the kids away, right? While
Yes.
she doesn't have a job, so she can take the kids out of the home so that he could do what he's doing.
Yes.
So
Correct.
something, she's not telling everything. She knew more about what was going on, and to me, it's like, you accepted a lot. She had no boundaries. She was okay with a lot of things, but then once they got into a relationship, she tried to switch it up. That usually happens when someone has some type of insecure attachment style, right? I'm not going to have any boundaries for you until you commit to me. And now that you've committed to me, I'm going to switch it up on you. And now I expect you to do X, Y, and Z. So now she's trying to engage boundaries. Because him saying you're going to make the block hot and these women's feelings are going to get hurt. That lets me know that she knew that she wasn't the one. She wasn't that she knows that he only married her because she got pregnant. She was keeping it, and then she threatened to take his kids.
Yes.
And so
Basically,
now, yes, and so now she's trying to force a closer bond than what they actually had. Like, she's trying to force an emotional connection. She's trying to force him to love her. She's trying to force him to show that and to tell her that. And that, oh Lord, I just can only imagine how toxic that household was. She couldn't sit back and just be okay. Like, you do understand with her, even if he tried to do all these things, nothing was going to be good enough for her. Like, I don't think people realize, like, I'm listening to her and going off of what she's saying. nothing he would have done would have been good enough. But although um I'm anxious, preoccupied attachment style women, they love being with these type of men. They love being with these men that have other women, and then they try to control the dynamic. They can't be with someone who doesn't come with all this baggage, doesn't come with all this drama. They need the drama. It's just weird.
Um, I will vouch for the ladies for this one. There's some form of trauma, and when we deal with, and I wish Dee was here to back me up. There's something about when young women at any age, when they get traumatized sexually in a way, whether it's from a relative or someone outside that took it, that it leaves an impression of a weird imprint where now the bonding, the mistrust of men is certain for them, that any man they come across, it creates that unknown trigger that was imprinted by them by somebody. And it goes back that she has not been resolved her deeper traumas. Hell, she did not tell her husband this during the marriage council, from what I can remember. Am I right?
Yeah, that's true. And I'm
So
not trying to
that might have made it very hard for him to finish it, because now that he knows this information, to him back in his mind, he can say, "What I got myself into as a man." But you
right.
go ahead.
Well, I'm not trying to get ahead, but this didn't really come from the sexual assault trauma.
Okay.
She had problems with her childhood. She had abandonment issues. And attachment styles come from a child not getting their needs met by a caregiver. And when you're not getting your needs met, you either become self-reliant, which is a dismissive avoidant attachment style, or you become anxious, and you're trying to force the connection. You're trying to force and make sure that your needs are getting met. So you operate in an anxious matter. There's lots of anxiety. So dismissive avoidant, there's no anxiety. You're very chill, relaxed. You're not going to attach to anybody more than likely. Anxious, you're going to try to do whatever you can to attach that person. You will manipulate. You'll engage in manipulation. You want that person. You want to pull that person closer and closer and closer to you, i.e., get pregnant by them. And then you have the third one, which is a mixture of the two insecures, which is fearful avoidant or anxious avoidant. And that's a person who is just all over the place. They're either going to be anxious, there's high anxiety, and then they try to avoid when they become overwhelmed, or the fearful, and they become so fearful that they start to dismiss and they start to avoid being in a relationship. But with the fearful, anxious, avoidant, that person is likely to pull you back in, break up with you, pull you back in, break up with you. So I'm sitting here as someone who works with coaching clients on their attachment styles, listening to her, and I'm like, I bet if she took the quiz, I bet if she took the assessment, that she would find she's a anxious, preoccupied. Unfortunately, in therapy, they don't go right in with that. They try to string it out for a long time, and they make it about everything else, and they focus on your childhood trauma instead of focusing on where you're at right now. And then a lot of people who are in the romantic love field, they don't really assess or look at someone's attachment style and how their attachment style is actually and it's basically their behavior is coming out of that attachment style. So I'm looking at her and I'm like, she's definitely giving me anxious, preoccupied. She would have never been satisfied with just sitting at home with the high life, millions of dollars in this 9,000 square foot mansion, taking care of her kids, and her man is out there working hard. That man could have been doing absolutely nothing, but in her mind, he's doing something, and he's always going to be doing something. So the anxiety that she feels, the anxiousness, could not allow her to relax in that luxurious lifestyle.
I see. And one thing, if people will recap with the nine, One of the few things that really led to the attachment to all the psychological problems before the touching is her father was not involved enough in her life to the point where he lost his life when she was just approaching teenage years, at 12, and that had a really effect on her, and she was always trying to, what do you call it? Trying to find ways to substitute the loss, being around more males, playing football, engage in male arenas where males reside.
Yeah, she said she was a tomboy.
Yeah. And it tells you, and this is for all the fellas. You have daughters, you gotta be involved enough in their lives. It is very important. Young girls that's growing into their young womanhood, they need to see some male influence enough around them. It's very helpful for them, for their psychology. Don't be fooled by you and your relationship with your baby mama or your ex-wife. You have to be somewhat involved. As much as the dudes don't want to hear that, but we're creating the very problems for a lot of young adults that are like Danae. Regardless, her father lost his life mysteriously, but still it proves evident in her development psychologically and how she interacts and functions with men. It's a problem. I'm not sure if this is one of the reasons why you see mothers with sons create son husbands. This is the real effects of it. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm just getting off on. I'm not sure. But anyway, let me see. Where am I? Okay, so let me keep going. Fair use.
And so, I really feel like I heard that from the Lord. Like, hey, choose between the condo you're spending all your time and the family you created. And he got so upset. Like, what do you mean this?
Yeah.
And I'm like, you need to choose like what you're going to do. And at that point, I still had not told him that I know about all of the stuff.
Again, that's amazing how you came out and talked about it in premarital counseling, and then now you withdrew again and didn't bring it up again in marriage.
Right, because that scared me. Okay, all of the anger that I received after just telling him how I actually felt, like how I was impacted by his decision making in that time, and his reaction to that, it was not like that didn't invite safety.
Yeah.
That didn't invite like, oh, continue to do this. Like I, at that point, still had not even unpacked the rape trauma. So all of that is like fear. Like, okay, if I continue to talk about this, it's going to push him away. We're married now. I'm definitely not trying to get a divorce and be left with these 2 kids by myself. And, I quit my job to be a stay-at-home mom and to work with him. And, so I just withdrew within self. I had not overcome all those things yet. I hadn't unpacked all those things yet. So fear, I was almost like intimidated by him. And then you add on some things that I had not dealt with my daddy issue. All of it kind of equated into me withdrawing back into self, into my little shell. So again, I had to unpack all of those things just to get to a point to be in a sound mind.
So when you left, what did you say when you left?
I didn't say anything.
He just came home one day, he was gone.
Well, he was at the condo. He decided he was going to go to the condo because we had a big falling out.
So it's a condo in the same city?
Yeah, it's in Atlanta. It was in downtown, midtown.
So you had a condo in the house?
We had a 9,000 square foot mansion in the same neighborhood that the Migos, one of the Migos people, I don't even know their names, but one of them lived like not far.
So why do you think you need a condo for?
He needed a condo so he could record. I was told the condo was supposed to be for business, for recording, to get this look, for the webinars and all that. That was what that was for. But little did I know, we was out here living our best lives, whole full-blown relationships.
Duh.
Okay, so
I would want to say duh on that. Duh.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like if you have a whole condo, first of all, if you really want to do something, you got a 9,000 square foot house, you can put a whole studio in that 9,000 square foot house.
Right, but no, we have kids, too loud. There's all these things, the reason why that couldn't happen.
Sure, you could have built the studio in the backyard of that bad boy.
There was a lot of space.
I imagine so. In Atlanta, the 9,000 square foot house, I can only imagine what that backyard looked like.
Ridiculous. Right? And so, yeah, so he had the condo it's supposed to be for business, but he spent more nights there.
Question, Chaos. Can you stop real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
Wait, didn't he do all of his videos in his car?
Every video that Mr. Jaxn has done up to, and I don't follow the brother, but the videos I see following on social media, I would say 90% or probably more 90% are in the car.
So I'm confused. What do you mean he said he needed it as a studio when he did his videos in his car? Like, did she even watch his content to see? Like, something's not right. See, and he's not fleshing out that story because he should have asked her, wait, he did all his videos in the car. What was up with that? Why did he need a studio? Like, why did you not tell him he does his videos in a car? Like, you don't need a condo. Yeah, that I'm just not I'm not my discernment kicked in when I first watched this, and I'm like, something's not right with her story. She's not telling us everything.
I'll go even further. She was offered and was reached out by other content creators, some that's over 100K and below that, to have this in-depth interview about not only her life but her relationship with Derek Jaxn. She did not respond, and even go as far as the people that reached out to her, she probably hit back and refused to go on their platforms. But miraculously, she came on this brother's platform, and it makes me think that if you came onto this man's platform, it seemed you want to control the narrative or the story of the insight what really what's going on between you and Derek. Because throughout this whole interview, there was not one slightly a pushback. Have you noticed that?
Yes, I noticed it.
And it makes me think, and mind you, I'm learning as I go, guys, and I've done interviews with few people, and at times I could always be better, and I'm going to admit it. And the reason why is because depending on the interview that I conduct, there should be certain pushback, especially if certain things has been already revealed to the public, to really ask these questions. And that is the duty of a lot of us as content creators, that we had to show some form of pushback in good faith. And so far, I'm not seeing no pushback in good faith in regards to question, even the point that if you have this big mansion and you're a man that's a content creator, a social media influencer, which Derek Jaxn is, why in the F are you doing videos on your goddamn car? Listen to me. You hear me, LeTisha? I take this very seriously. Obsidian takes this thing seriously. Regardless, if you look at the strength of this channel, it's not big. I can't be out here doing content on my goddamn car. That is unprofessional, it's tacky, it's ghetto ass crap. I'm not sure why people do this. When I see that, I cringe. When I see people do content in their car and they got more than thousands of subscribers or thousands followers, why are you doing content in your car for every video? You're making money on here. Once you start making money on this, your content should be shifting to what you do to something a little bit more serious. Do you hear me? That's what.
Well, now it seems like he's doing it in a library or something, like his office or something. Well, because I'm not seeing any more car videos, but that's odd that he was doing car videos when they were living together and married. But he's not, now that they're not together, he's no longer doing car videos.
Well, my thing is this. word on the street from Tasha, because she interviewed these tricks, these thoughts, right? Or they call themselves IG models and thoughts, right? That he be driving in their crib, getting ready, get his his stuff together so he could lay some pipe on a lot of these women. That's why you see him do a lot of these videos in the cars. Do you understand me?
Yeah, but I don't think, because he could have easily. The thing I'm struggling with is she said he had a condo, and you need to choose between me and the condo and your family that you have, which means she knew what that condo really was for. There is no way, because she didn't say you can build a studio in a house. You need no. She said you have to choose between your family and the condo. Look, see how she manipulates him.
Mm-hmm.
You have to choose between the condo and your family, not your wife. Your family, meaning if I divorce you, I'm taking your kids away from you too.
Mm-hmm.
So as a man, you tell me, what does that do for a man who, even if you don't value your wife, but you value your kids, you value your family being, your kids being near you.
Mm-hmm.
So, to me, it sounds like she kind of knew what that condo was for. She knew what he was doing. She's trying to play like she's naive, but I'm not buying it. She knew what she was getting herself into, but she thought that it would change. And now she's trying to force this leopard to change his spots. He's a low down, dirty dog, who could not truly commit to the woman that he married.
Yeah.
And she accepted that for a while, and now she's like, we're married, so now you have to. And women do that, right? They'll accept the minimum commitment, lack of commitment up until a certain point, and then now it's like either they get pregnant or they get married, and now it's like, no, you have to fully commit to me now. Everything else was before. Now the engagement have changed because things are different now. And the man is like, wait, hold on, since when? And so it's like, wait, so yeah, her story just has so many holes in it, and the guy is not even trying to fill the holes, fill the gaps.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He, like you said, he's not giving any pushback on that, because I'm like, wait, why would you be okay with your husband having a studio in the same town to go filming when he films all his videos in a car? Like, does that make any sense to you? Like, I would have fleshed out the things that she's trying to put, like you said, she's trying to control the narrative.
Yes.
And she's trying to make it seem like she's this very naive, long-suffering housewife, but no, she's just not telling everything, and he's not trying to delve too deep to get to the bottom of the story.
No, he's not fully invested in this. He just have her on here just to push a narrative, control the narrative. And personally, and I'll be honest with y'all, this is all for clicks and views. For her to come out in the dark into the open now after a whole year and a half since this thing bust out, that there is a real agenda for denial. And I said it, if you look at the thumbnail, I wouldn't be surprised after these interviews that I miraculously find in social media on her page, either IG, Facebook, or wherever she is now, that she has an actual tell-all book lined up after this interview, or she might have another interview from another content creator. But I was surprised she has book already finished and it's about to be presented anytime now with all this, in my opinion. But that's the feeling I'm getting right now. But let me see. Let's keep going. Fair use.
Than he did at home. So anyway, he ended up going back to the condo because I had said some things like as it relates to scripture that he didn't like agree with and all that. And it just turned into a big thing. And I was like, you need to be delivered. I learned a lesson. You just can't come at somebody and be like, you need to be delivered. So I learned a lesson in that.
He said, what? You learned that you can't tell somebody.
You just can't be like, hey, you need to be delivered. You got demons. I didn't know that though at the time.
Because you was a new Christian.
I was new.
Yeah, you was new in this thing.
I was new. I was just like, I just found out about deliverance. So this is okay to say, like, you need to be deliverance. You need to be delivered. This is why. And I know 2 people that can do it. So we need to figure it out so we can go. You can get delivered. I get delivered. Everybody's happy, right? Yeah, that doesn't work out. Apparently, people get very upset. And not only do they get upset, they think you're crazy and you know, you'd have lost your mind. So I went through that. I said that, and then I'm crazy. He said I'm crazy and all these things, and I need to get a mental evaluation. He called my mom, which is how my mom got involved. He called my mom like, hey, you need to come check on her. And then my mom is calling me like, what's going on? And then I'm telling her all of it, because at the time I didn't tell her all of the stuff that was going on. And now I'm telling her all of it because I'm like, okay, I don't have the capacity to deal with this. I got these 2 kids. I am not crazy. He has a demon inside of me, you know, like he needs to get delivered. And I'm trying to help him to get delivered, you know. You can't come that aggressive. So that was a learning lesson. I learned that in ministry. That was my first introduction into ministry. So
what brought you into Christianity as an adult? Because you said when you were younger, you were introduced to it when you were younger, but then you renewed your faith, recommitted. When was this?
So this was around the time, I know we talked about how he got his hair cut by a girl that he had sex with. And it's around that time I enrolled in therapy. I had 3 therapists at the time.
Yeah.
And it was around that time I was like, okay, there's something seriously wrong with me and I need to figure it out. I cannot go another year like in this condition. And so I was just doing everything. I'm like, listen, whatever I can get into, God is the answer.
And plus I had money, so you can just go pay
I'm gonna try whatever I could try, like yoga, like what else you got? You know, like God is the answer. So let me figure that out. Let me get in Bible study. I'm calling my mom like, when is your Bible study group meeting? I need to get on a video call with y'all, you know, because I'm in Georgia, they're in Denver. And so I started doing that, and I was like on and off with that a little bit. But then I started having some like weird dreams and things like that where I felt like I always had to fight. And like I would go through the day, I'm like, oh, I feel like I have to fight, but I don't know what I'm fighting.
That's good.
Like, I don't know what I'm fighting. And then my mom was like, okay, I was waiting for you to get to this point.
Yeah.
And she's just sitting here waiting the whole time, reading me my whole life. And it's just like, okay, there is a spiritual war going on.
There it is.
And you need to decide who you're going to serve.
Yep.
That's what she said to me. I was like, what? What do you mean? I already served Jesus. She's like, you need to decide who you're going to serve because you have not been serving my Lord. And I'm like, okay. So
that's good.
Once I started pursuing, like taking this, when she said that, I was like, okay, this is real. And then our daughter started having some like night terrors, but it was some crazy like paranormal activity type of stuff happening in our house. Like when I say stuff moving, when I say lights turning on by itself, when I seen our daughter literally get picked up out of her bed, there's a camera in the room and on the floor, like nobody's in her room.
I believe in all that.
No.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, as y'all know, I am Chaos Reign, and like I said, you must restore the order in which the world you live in today. I am not a paranoia channel. Not saying I advocate or don't believe in the spiritual realm, but from the reference of what Denai just said, I am not saying she's right or wrong, but for the sake of conversation, unless you have children and you have seen this firsthand, experience it, you will never know. And I will not say that what she's saying is wrong or spookism or some nonsense, but it's going to go over a lot of y'all heads. She just revealed that in front of public. And mind you, one thing that I've noticed is her mother that forced and got her back to Christianity. Because by looking at this woman, and mind, she's not ugly, she's a very attractive woman. She keeps her body well and stuff. That she's not, I don't see her as the type to be a very much a religious zealot. Someone has to bestow it back on her again. And the only person that did that was her own mother.
So this is typical of babes in Christ, right? Everything, when you come into a new relationship, right standing relationship with God, everything is going to be supernatural related. Everything is going to be paranoid. You're going to paranormal. You're going to think you're seeing things you're not seeing. I also think she's got some serious mental health issues, like some type of personality disorder, not just her attachment style, maybe borderline personality disorder, bipolar disorder. I can't diagnose her because I'm not a psychologist, but I mean, the signs are there just from what she's saying. But it's like the interviewer is so focused on painting Derek as the bad guy, and he has this woman, and this is what I don't like. When you have someone who clearly suffers from mental health issues and you're using them for your own personal gain, she should not be on that couch. The only couch she should be on is a therapist's couch until she
Yes.
is truly healed, like truly, and not healed spiritually, but she's like understanding of her mental health, and she's not just using her mental health diagnoses or things that she's learned in therapy to manipulate or to make herself sound good or look good, but she's truly accepting of the diagnosis and she's using it to transform, because also where that comes from is true accountability. I don't see any accountability on her part. I don't see her taking responsibility for the fact that you got in a relationship with this man. You're a non-select woman who wanted to be with a select male, and you know full well that he couldn't keep it in his pants. And you chose to go full steam ahead with him anyway. Allow yourself to get pregnant by a man who would not commit to you. And then you try to use that to manipulate him time and time again. And she's using she's using him being this womanizer, being this adulterer, as a way to garner sympathy so that she doesn't have to take full accountability, because full accountability says, you know what, I should have never put myself in a position where I'm in your rotation and I'm having sex with you, and that's not your fault, that's my fault, because I can only allow you to do to me what I allow. Yes,
Exactly.
you want to have sex with me, and you want to have sex with me while you're having sex with other women. I allowed that, and that's on me. But instead, she keeps allowing this narrative to be painted that he was cheating, that he was messing with other women, and she was so hurt and broken behind it. And so forth and so she's non-select because she's not a woman that most men would choose. Um, he even the interviewer even said that he made sure that they did her makeup and stuff to get her right. She's a very plain Jane looking woman.
Yeah.
Plain Janes are not select females.
Oh, can you say that again? Repeat that for people in the back because they're not getting that.
Yeah, plain Janes are not select females. So I'm not saying non-select doesn't mean you're ugly. Non-select means you don't have the sex appeal, you don't have the sensuality that men desire. So she's not going to be able to date across the board. Derek Jaxn probably was a one-off. Non-select women are relegated to their lane of certain men. Select women are chosen across the board, no matter where she's at, no matter who she's dealing with, no matter what man sees her, he's going to find her sexually appealing and physically appealing. Yes, most women are plain, which makes most women non-select, just like most men are non-select.
All right. There's a question written by Queen of Virtue. How is she non-select? I don't know if you want to answer that.
Yeah, that's why I was answering her question. Sorry.
Okay, I didn't know that. And she said, that's not true. Most women are plain. Okay.
Yeah, and that's why I said most women are non-select, just like most men are not
average.
select. Yeah.
Yeah. Even most wealthy men have average-looking wives. Yes, but here's the twist. Most men that got their wealth and became, let's say, rich, high six figures, or even millionaires, on the average, they met their wife somewhat early.
Exactly. So when you see an average looking woman in the face, she's going to be above average in the body above average in the intelligence factor. Like there's going to be something above average about her. She's not going to be average across the board. But that's true that if she is average in the face, more than likely she got with that man long before he became successful. I have yet to come across a client who would take an average looking woman, and I'm not even speaking on average looking women, I'm speaking on non-select women, because that's completely different. Non-select deals with sex appeal. Average looks deals with physical attraction. So being select, being non-select deals with the sex appeal, the initial sex appeal that someone sees in you. Most women don't have that. Most men don't have that. But you can still be average looking and someone that still finds you attractive. So those two things are not synonymous, but I understand people use them interchangeably.
Okay.
And most women, she had another question. Most women are not non-selective. They're being selected. Most women aren't being selected for relationships and marriage. Most women are being selected for sex. And
God damn, this is so red pill. I mean, I know I can label it as a pill, but this is so raw. The lady saying, and we're not ready for this. I tell you many times, I bring the hitters. Y'all not ready for this information. Go on.
And it's not because the men have such high sexual desire for them. It's because they're available to them. That's who's available to them. So men will have sex with women that they don't really have high sexual desire for. He finds her useful in that moment. And I think women would do well to understand that, instead of just arguing against it, getting upset, getting in her feelings about it, because then at least you'll be able to know where you stand. So if a man is constantly just trying to have sex with you, he just wants to YouTube and chill, Netflix and chill, whatever, he's not trying to commit to you. It's because he's put you in a category of someone that he just wants to have sex with. Someone who just having sex, that's a man's way of putting a woman in the friend zone. You've just been relegated to having sex. So.
Okay, excellent. All right, let's keep going. Thank you, Queen Virtue. If you have any other questions, Queen, leave in the chat room. And I know y'all guys watching. Please interact with the chat room. Don't be scared. There's always something to learn. You have questions, I will read it to you. And if you want to be even well known, that you want to bring an impression, leave a super chat. I'll also read that as well. Fair use.
Nobody's in her room. And I was like, what do I do besides calling the name of Jesus? I don't know. So that's what really started, because I'm like, okay, now my child is being attacked. I got to take it serious. It's one thing with me, but now my child is being attacked. She's 1.5, 2 years old at the time. And so I started really going down that path. And I didn't really tell him, because he was, he's at the condo working. So he's out, he's providing, and I'm out here.
Give you that nice little soft life you live in.
Yes. And I'm like, yes.
So you can have 3 therapists and
exactly.
All that.
Listen, shout out to all 3 of them therapists. They had their work cut out for them. And yes, so.
And so what was the breaking point for you to get up and leave and go to Denver?
So when he said I was crazy, because I'm like, you need to be delivered and we need to go now, and this is what needs to happen.
So he called your mom and you said, forget it, I'm going.
I was like, it took a couple of days. And I was like, okay, I feel like I can't just leave. So I'm like, okay, we need to go to therapy. We need to work this out. And I'm texting him because he's like not answering my calls. He's like, if you come to the condo, I'm going to call the police on you. All these, I'm like, okay. I was texting him. I'm like, okay, we have to figure out how to work this out. The best way for us to do this is for you to come here and we can figure it out. Like, and he was basically like, I'm not coming back there. Like, I would rather be separated from you than to be miserable with you in the same house. And I was like, Mom, my bags are packed. When can you be here? And she was on the flight the next morning, flew in, and we drove. Or I can't even say we drove. I drove like 80 miles an hour to
All
Denver.
the way from Atlanta to Denver.
Yes.
How long was that trip?
It's a 24-hour drive. I drove the first 15 hours pretty much straight through. She had to force me to stop driving.
You were just motivated on adrenaline.
I was adrenaline, and I was just like so upset, and then I was kind of scared too, because I'm like, I can't believe like I'm actually doing this. He's gonna freak out when he realizes that I'm gone, because I didn't say anything. I didn't send my phone was actually right. My phone was actually turned off at the time because there was like a little financial crisis that started happening around that time too. So my phone was actually turned off. So I was like, this is perfect.
You ain't gonna just slide by that financial crisis, had your phone cut off.
My phone was cut off at the
I live in a
time.
9,000 square foot house and your phone get cut off.
He was working at the condo, so
It could have been a financial crisis, just oversight of the bill being paid.
Yeah.
Because you can't have a 9,000 square foot house.
I don't know. I wasn't even involved with the finances, so that's what I've been told. So
you've been told?
Yeah, because I wasn't involved in it.
He just told you what?
It's a financial crisis.
Hold on.
All right, pause it.
If her phone was turned off, how was she able to call her mama?
Maybe we should listen to more. See, maybe she could answer that if the guy's asking the question. Because I would say this. People still have house phones. Last time I checked, and if you have a mansion, I know for a fact there has to be still an established landline. You don't think so?
No.
Wow. Shit. Didn't know that. So everybody use cell phones. They don't got one still Mercy's house.
Yeah, landlines are now basically obsolete.
Wow, dangerous. I don't know, man. And you know how. Go ahead.
Let's see if you asked that question, because that was the first thing that hit me. Wait, your phone is off, and wait, how did you call your mom? So if your cell phone is off, why isn't the home phone off? You know what I'm saying? Like, something's not right. And then he said, well, maybe it was an oversight. And she's like, yeah, possibly. And she's like, well, I wasn't involved in the finances. That's what I was told. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, this interview is very fishy. Now that I'm listening, and mind you, this is my first time listening to the second part, because I'm playing right here live in effect with y'all to have this conversation, have this dialogue, have this so-called reflection breakdown from my perspective and with Miss LeTisha Underwood. So as y'all know, this is still surprising to me, people. How she goes more into this story, and it's not really making sense now. If he has control of the finance, which he is, because he is the man that makes more money, so he is the one that's paying 100% of all the bills, including your cell phone bill. How are you still able to get in contact with mother?
Exactly. And how are you able to pay for the gas to drive from Atlanta all the way to Denver, Colorado, which is clearly on the other side of the country? Like that, you could have took that money to pay your cell phone bill or got you a prepaid phone or something.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, let's continue. Fair use.
It was a financial crisis, from what I understand.
Define financial crisis.
Define it. Define it, because there was sure a Lamborghini.
That's what I'm saying. And Bentley sitting up here doing car videos with a Bentley.
There was a lot of stuff. So I don't know where it all went, but we had a financial crisis and my phone was turned off. So at that time it was turned off, and
well, how long was it cut off? About a couple hours?
Days.
See, I know.
Wait.
Days. And so it kind of worked.
Oh no. So, yeah, now this is not really making damn sense. This is not making sense. Days. Now I could say LeTisha, she could probably use the Wi-Fi feature of the cell phone if you're near Wi-Fi in any area to make a Wi-Fi call. Did you know that?
Depends on the service provider, because not all service providers allow that. And it depends on which line you are on the account, right?
Okay.
But yeah, that could have been a possibility, but I just don't like that he's not fleshing this out. Like, because remember she said she was texting him saying, you know, you come here and we can have this conversation. But my thing is, he's probably so narcissistic. He turned her phone off and told her it was a financial problem, but he just turned her phone off so that she couldn't have access to anyone.
Yeah, something really is not right here. And
Yeah,
think
I
about
would be interested in him telling his side of the story. He's going to have to respond to this.
you know,
In that.
and I, in my opinion, this is the month of May. I would say before his birthday in June or before after. If there's no actual interview with Mr. Jackson in person, I could surely believe if this is all set up to strategize. Because her story, for the most part, is fabricated. It sounds like a bunch of gibberish bull crap. Things not making no sense. And as a man, since I'm now paying attention now, and I'm going to start paying attention more detail now as we keep playing this. I'm only going to run 75 minutes of this whole halfway of this interview. That there's certain things that has to be pointed out. I'm glad you're here to really point it out because sometimes I miss certain things. And let's be honest, LeTisha, other content creators are missing out. Keep up, because if I didn't catch that part, I know the old man didn't catch it. You caught it.
No one was catching it because there's a lot of bias towards Derek Jaxn. And I'm just being objective. Like I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't care about him like that. I don't care about her, but I do care about accuracy and the truth. What's the truth? So that's when I'm waiting. I can't wait to hear what he's saying, because if he's saying some bull crap, I'm gonna call that out on him too and be on him like I'm on her, because something's just not right with this story. And she's got the right person, because he's not fleshing anything out.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot a comment you left, Queen of Virtue. She writes, most men wives are average looking. Men do not marry women just for sex.
I don't recall saying that they did.
Yeah, I don't think you recall saying that also. And like always, like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell, people. Let's get it. Fair use.
Worked out, because then he can immediately call me, and my mom's not answering the phone. So there's that. But by the time I actually got to Denver, he was already there. So
he was?
He was.
He flew down there while y'all was driving.
He flew, and he was at my mom's old address.
Wait,
he had looked her stuff up online and went to her old address.
If she left and didn't tell him, how did he know she was in Denver?
I have no idea. I have no idea. Yeah. Yeah, guys. You hear it first. Fair use.
Didn't realize that she had moved. And so he was at the wrong address, and I called him when I got there. I was like, okay, at minimum, I could call him when I'm actually there.
Yeah.
Let him know. He's like, I need, let's talk. He's standing outside. I'm outside. I'm like, outside where? And it's snowing, and he's like, I'm outside, let's talk. And I'm like, she doesn't even live there anymore. And I'm like, I don't think I should be coming out right now. Like, we just got off the road, and my mom is in the background, like, you just got off the road, you are not going anywhere. And then she's on the phone with someone and shit. They're like, you get off that phone. He could wait. Right. And which then brought in a whole nother dynamic, because it's like, your mom is controlling your behavior and your actions, and she's keeping you away and telling you what to say and what to do. So then that became a whole nother dynamic, and I'm just like, head spin.
So how long did it take for you to connect with him while he was in Denver?
We met the next day. We met at IHOP, and with the kids. My mom dropped me and the kids off, and he was like, how long are you going to be here? And I was like, I don't know, a couple weeks, still not saying like, I know, about all this stuff that's going on. And he was like, well, like, you just gonna leave? Like, how do you just gonna leave like that and not say anything? And I'm like, yeah. Like, you decided you wanted to stay at the condo. I can't stay in this house by myself. And so he's like, so you're just gonna keep the kids away from me? And I'm like, I'm not even trying to do that, but I take care of them pretty much by myself. Been doing it by myself for since they were born, essentially, mostly as far as the main care of them, outside of financially, which apparently that's a big deal. If you provide financially, that is, that's the only job you have. So I did not know that. I'm learning though. And
Define, provide.
Yeah, but you're learning because you did not set the expectations. And I think when it comes to the marriage, and we gotta be honest as people, we gotta take marriage a little bit more seriously. We gotta lay out what is the actual what one another is expecting out of this, and try to be as consistent as possible. We don't expect perfection, but you go into this, did not think that saying that was the only thing he's going to present to him, what he out of his end of the bargain, he's going to just provide. He's not going to provide anything else. He's not going to watch his own children. He's out there slinging cock. Hell, he's going to just pay these bills. You're going to have a nice roof over your head, and you're going to hold bulk of the responsibility in regards to make sure the house is kept, make sure children are, read, fed, and even go as far as, remember, he pays for maids to keep the house in order. So your life is not much a burden. You're actually a housewife to a very much value man. And I don't like to use the word high value, LeTisha, because there's levels to this, but he has the money aspect.
So if you notice, like, I'm still trying to figure out, how did he know she was in Denver if she didn't have a phone, right? And then she calls him when she gets to Denver because she didn't have a phone, but your mom had a phone, and he didn't call your mom's phone. Like, there's something's not adding up. How did he know that she was in Denver? And how does he not know where your mom has moved to some? To me, there's like this disconnect within their marriage. They're married. It seems like they're married in name only. And the expectation was for him, it was, I'm marrying you, you're having my kids. I'm not in love with you. But her expectation is, we're married, so now I need you to be in love with me. I need that emotional connection. And he wasn't giving it to her. So she ran. She did the one thing that he didn't want to do, because she said he's not going to like this. And the thing was, it's not that he's not going to like that she's leaving. He doesn't like the fact that she's taking the kids, because she could have stayed right there in Atlanta and said, you know what, I'm done with you. You stay at the condo, I'll stay at the house, and we'll learn to co-parent. But what did she do? She manipulated the whole situation, drove all the way to Denver, supposedly didn't tell him so that he could chase her. That is her modus, that is her MO, her modus of operation.
Yep. And before we continue, people, hand out of my pocket! Thank you, the Gray Pill Podcast. Salute to the chat and panel. Welcome and thank you for your kindly donations. You're the second donator. As I got super chat here on YouTube, I appreciate your donation. As you know, you see, once you know somebody donate, you see that special film to get your hand out my pocket. Nigga, get your hand out my pocket. Thank you. I appreciate it. And then read. You said that the non-select women are being used for sex, man. But Denia and many other plain Jane are married, which proves they are not just seen as sex objects. They seen as wives. You respond?
I did not say that. I said a non-select woman getting selected by getting picked by a select male will put her in his rotation. And that's exactly what happened. He's not seeing her as a wife. He's not treating her as a wife. He's just treating her as the mother of his children, whom he gave the commitment that she so desires, so that he won't lose her children. He won't lose his children. That is not a man who is treating a woman like a wife. That's not how men who truly value marriage in their wives. That's not how they treat them. There's no care or consideration for her feelings or regard for her position as his wife. And from the very beginning, He put her in a rotation, and non-select males will put non-select females in the rotation. It looks like commitment, but it really is not commitment.
All right. Hope the answers and more. Yeah, thanks to the Grey Pill podcast. Queen give you salute. And she's laughing out loud. All right, let's continue. Wait, hold on. True, same for her role in the relationship by the Grey Pill podcast. They both are wrong. Yes, indeed. All right, fair use.
Right. And so, yeah.
And so he's there. How long did you stay in Denver before coming back?
I was there for 8 months, and he traveled there almost if not every week, every other week. He was there every month.
So what was your plan?
I was just trying to survive. At that point, by the time I got to Denver, I was like unhealthily, like skinny, like I was malnourished.
Were
I
you
hadn't
depressed?
been eating. I was depressed. I was malnourished. Like literally, I'll try to pull up a picture of my phone so you can see it. But I was malnourished. Like they had to like force feed me to like get me back to a state where I could just eat properly.
Why?
All the stuff that I had been dealing with and holding in, like I was dying. Had I not left Georgia at the time, I would have died in Georgia. Like I had been in the hospital. They couldn't figure out what's going on with me. I'm bleeding out of places. They're like, I don't know why you're bleeding like this. There was so much stress and stuff going on with my body at the time. Had I not left at the time that I did, I think I would not be here right now.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
And so I stayed there for 8 months, and literally my family that knew that I was there, because everybody in my family didn't know I was there, and they were feeding me to make sure I got back to helping me with the kids, taking that on so I could really just do my therapy and just recover mentally and emotionally. And I started going to one-on-one sessions, Bible studies, counseling, and really unpacking some things from a spiritual aspect and going back into the spiritual aspect of like not having the father with the abandonment and the rejection, and then learning about how that translates into like Jesus was rejected, he was abandoned, and all that. Like I had to relearn all that happened in that 8 months. And from there I started journaling to the Holy Spirit and giving him all the details. And this is where the Lord began to speak to me like, hey, you need to write out all these things that you've seen, that you've been trying to tell such and such, you've been trying to tell, that you've been telling the therapist, you've been telling all of them. That's great, but they can't take the pain that is in your soul. They can't take that out of you.
Yeah.
Only I can take that out of you. And so I began to do that. And then I have literally notebooks of the trauma and the pain and the videos, like the details and all of that I have seen, all of it, of giving that to the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit, I invite you into this. I'm giving you the details of this, down to like the tattoo, the mole, this, like all the details. I'm giving you all of that.
What tattoo?
I'm saying like of what I've seen of the women, of the people.
Seeing everybody's body parts.
Right.
How does that feel? I want to spend a little time on that, because that's some serious trauma. When it happens the first time, like I said, I've been in environments where I've walked in and seen stuff that I didn't want to see. So what did that do to you?
I became a shell of myself. I didn't know who I was. I actually have a couple posts on my page where I have a post that says, I knew her body better than I knew my own.
Stop. Let that sit there. You said you knew another woman's body better than you knew your own.
Yes, several women. I knew several other women's bodies better than I knew my own. And I spent a lot of time, like I went in such a deep hole where I was like studying these women. I would go to their profiles and I would study their pages and like what they wear. I knew when they had met up. So I watched their videos of them having sex. So I would try to imitate that and recreate that in our relationships so that he could choose me and want me. And that is a low point to be. And I'm tearing up a little bit because I hate that I even got to a point where that was a thing, but that it was just that. And so I knew several other women's bodies better than I knew my own. I completely lost myself. I became a shell of myself. I tried to imitate their hair, their actions, even sexual things that I had seen him doing with them. I tried to recreate that in our life when we were engaged, and none of it amounted to anything. And so I just became more like depressed, more withdrawn, because it's like, I can't share this with him because then he's going to leave, right? Because I'm still operating off of that abandonment and all of that. And so it's so crushing. And there's not really words to put like what happens to you when you see that. And you don't just see it one time, but you see it multiple times, and you see it multiple times over years.
Stop real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So she's fudging the timeline right here, right?
Yes.
When she's talking about she knew these women better than these women's bodies better than her own, she's talking about before they got married.
Okay.
When they got married, she's supposed to let all of that go, but she couldn't. People cannot look at that man, what was going on prior to them getting married, and judge him because they weren't in a relationship and she knew it. She said it out of her own mouth. I was the Tuesday and Thursday girl or something like that, right? We passing each other on a stairwell. So she's kind of like fudging the timeline. I'm that drive to Denver. That sounds like she may have been going through a manic phase. She's looking at it as, oh, adrenaline. No. And that's why he was calling her crazy, because I don't know if anyone's ever been around someone who's going through a psychological break, manic phase. Think of Kanye West.
Yeah.
Think of Kanye West. That was her.
Oh,
that
wow.
was her. Yeah, she's trying to pull sympathy here and say, I knew these women's bodies better than I knew my own, but why were you so hyper focused on other women that he was sleeping with when you weren't his woman? That insecurity is hers and hers alone, and she's trying to force it onto him. She's trying to make him take responsibility for his insecurity. I see this a lot with women when I'm coaching them. And so I have to tell women and get women to understand that your feelings, your emotions, these problems that you're creating in your head, these are yours. You cannot force someone to take responsibility for what they did not do or cause. She knew fully well that man was not committed to her, that he had other women he was sleeping with, and she was in his rotation, but she could not handle it. And that's why their marriage fell apart, because she could not handle what she actually signed up for. She tried to change the terms of agreement. Now, if he says otherwise, if he says, I told her that I was going to be faithful to her, that we were going to get our marriage on track, and I was fully committed to her,
yeah,
I will change my tune on that. But from what this sounds like, is she tried to change the terms and switch up on him and use the kids to manipulate.
Is that considered bait and switch? I don't know if that's the right word to use.
Yes, that would be a bait and switch.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree that that's what the whole end game that she really wants to, her true intentions is, even to the point where, okay, you're in your late 20s and you've been having casual sex with this man in that rotation, in this situationship, which, and I'm gonna tell y'all ladies, please, for the sake of God, stop calling this what you have with another man a situationship. To me as a man, when you use this word to any man, you're in a situationship, the person that comes to mind that you are on the carousel. And there is a right tune. Matter of fact, I got a tune just for that. And Queen Virtue to know what I'm talking about. This comes to my mind again, and I have to reiterate, when you talk about you're in a situationship, this what comes to every man's mind. Do y'all hear that? Do y'all want to run that again?
Yes, we heard it.
All right, no, they gotta hear it again. It's like you're on that nice little ride, that one for ride where you go wee wee. You're on that carousel. Yes, yes, indeed, indeed. Let me read Great Pill's comments. Let me continue running this. Oh, wait, matter of fact, Queen Virtue wrote. Wait, hold on, make sure. True, same for her role. Make sure. Okay, all right. Queen wrote, which one of them filed divorce? Well, we're on a street, Queen, that it said Derek filed for divorce. And personally, from hearing this interview, I will have to confirm, yes, he filed. Because she's too much involved, intact. Cause think about this, LeTisha. And I'm gonna say this.
She's overly invested.
Very over-invested, yeah.
He's not ready to let go. She's trying to force the attachment. She's not ready to let go. So yeah, he was the one who filed for divorce.
Yeah. And I'll say this. That fully invested, even to the point where Derek just had enough, and he knows that he can't deal with the nagging, deal with her and what she wants and what she feels she's rightfully owed, to the point where he has to constantly make a decision. And I know very well, LeTisha, it's very rare you find a man, especially a black man, file divorce on his wife. Very rare.
That's what I'm saying. Like, do you know how bad knowing that she could take the kids from him and move to another state, do you know how bad it had to have been in that household for him to finally just say, you know what, enough is enough? Like, her as a Christian, scripture even says, it is better for a man to live on the roof of his home than to live in a house with a cantankerous woman. That's how bad it gets. And that means that man would rather be outside of the home, away from his family, than to live in a home with a cantankerous woman. So even the Bible acknowledges how disagreeable and contentious women can make the household, disruptive that women can make the household.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let me see. Wait. All right. Listen to her. Yep. Chick also tells it like you wrote in her IG. Yes, correct. You live with him, within him, or whatever. You watch him screw out a woman. Yeah, I'm not gonna read that. And daddy issues. We know that. Gray pill. Your father wants a boy, and you try to be the man your father wants, but can't. Yep, correct, bro. Yes, constantly. And he wrote face blue smiley face, blue smiley face, blue smile, blah, 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 blah. I think that's the emojis. Yep. And Queen Virtue writes, I think they said there was 2 filings. The first time she filed, I never heard who filed the second. Well, I'm gonna say this about the filing and divorce. And we all know mostly when divorce is initiated, it's usually by the woman, roughly over 50 or more percent. But it's like this, Queen's Virtue. 2020 was a bad year for anybody that was married for more than 20 years. Because in that period, a lot of marriages started to dissolve. And one of the key factors why it dissolved, because a lot of couples that were doing their thing and they were not really there close to each other every day interacting, that really led to the fractions. And it makes me question people that are married, and we all know most people married for love mostly, not duty and all other things, responsibility, that keep in mind, you got to always think, what is the purpose why you got married? And if you and your significant other are not like always creating an actual bond or relationship with each other enough, once you really have to be locked down with each other, the real monster starts to surface. And I heard a lot of stories, a lot of people fighting, arguing, even physically fighting when they would have to be with each other during lockdowns. And it makes me question, say, how really intact you and her's relationship really is from the start. Because it don't seem like it was really that attached. If something like this when you have to be with each other for months and months. It's just like living on an island, LeTisha. You're gonna have to make it work with each other. You're gonna be interacting more with each other. You're not gonna be separate, because anytime you separate, something's gonna happen. I think that's what happened to a lot of people here in the West once everybody had to be locked down in their own households.
Yes. When you are two separate people and you're spending a lot of time apart from one another, you don't really see how much of a disconnect there really is, how much you have nothing in common, how much if you start spending time together, you realize you don't like each other. So when the lockdown happened, a lot of people realized they just couldn't be in the same household together. They didn't like each other. So a lot of divorces happen. Also, what happens in a divorce is you have the initial filing by one party, and then the second party has to counter file. I do believe she sent in, well, an answer. Well, first off, the first part, the petitioner files, and then the respondent has to file an answer to the petitioner's request for divorce. Then that person could then file their own grounds for divorce, a counter petition, because what that counter petition does, it allows for the divorce to continue even if the other person no longer wants a divorce. Because if only one person files a divorce, if that person decides to pull it back, then you have to go through the whole thing all over. You have to file your own petition and go through the whole process all over again.
Correct. Yeah. Redo the paperwork if you try to renege on it. Yeah.
So, but I don't know about you, but my gosh, this right here. I'm waiting till we get to the part where she starts speaking about her children and how she saw her daughter through the lens of his.
You're right, and I'm gonna continue playing some more interruptions. So let's see if we get to that part. Fair use.
Years. What that does, and then you compound onto that rape trauma. You compound onto that daddy issue. Like, there's no way for anybody to survive that mentally and emotionally without God like intervening in some way to literally pluck that out of you. It's so crushing. There's no breath in my body.
What brought you back? 8 months you were away. You're restoring yourself not only physically, because you're malnutrition at this time. You're about to lose your mind. You got 3 therapists. You're now participating in your mother's Bible study groups and all that. So you've been edified on the spiritual level. 8 months away, he's coming in to see you and the kids. What made you say, I'm going to go back and I'm about to recommit to this marriage?
I gave him a list of 13 things that I needed to recommit. I had fasted and prayed on it, and I'm like, Lord, if I go back, there's some things that I need. I gave him a list of 13 things that absolutely needed to happen.
Do you remember some of the things on that list?
Yes. The first thing was that we needed to have spiritual, counsel. We had to engage for a minimum of 6 months. He had to schedule time for me and the children within his work schedule. And he had to create the schedule, not me create it for him.
Fair enough.
Okay. He had to change his numbers because he had 2 phones at the time. He had to change both of those numbers. Then he had to get rid of all of the women. That means anybody that he had any type of relationship with, whether it was sexual conversation or it was actually physical, they had to go. All of them. That we had to renew our vows. And those are a couple off the top of my
Why was it
mind.
important to renew your vow?
Because I feel like we built it on a faulty foundation.
Good.
Our marriage was built on a faulty foundation, so we had to reset that thing. And the vows that we took were not necessarily rooted in God, at the time from either side.
Yeah.
And so we had to really reset that. And I spent some time in fasting and prayer to develop that list with the Lord. And it's like, okay, this is what needs to happen. And so he did not do that immediately, which is why I spent 8 months away. But towards the end, he started coming into doing a lot of those things. And then he started pursuing one of the deliverance ministers that I had told him about. He started flying everywhere this minister was. And I could see that visually. Like I could watch it on YouTube. You know, I'm seeing
Yeah.
him there and I'm seeing him get some deliverance, which he did. And I'm like, yes, Lord, you're answering my prayer. Okay, I can feel good about coming back now. And again, this is against like my mom and the other people in the Bible studies. Like they're like, you need to wait and let him continue to go through the process. I'm like, you know, I'm grown.
Yeah.
You know, I could do this. And so I came back off of that, and I believed in that, and I knew that he was like on the path, and we were very heavily connected with some people in the church that were helping us and all that. So,
and I would say fair enough. Like you're the wife. Your mom, of course, she's trying to cover you. She you know, is going to advocate for you. But at the end of the day, you had to make that decision to say, because at the end of the day, it's not healthy for a wife or a husband to be living away from each other.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You work through those problems with each other. But I do believe that at the state that y'all were in, that he did need to actually show and tell, and to prove that he wanted to fight for the marriage. And so you saw that and you felt the unction to go back.
Yeah.
And then, so when you got back, what happened?
when we got back, when I
And
got
give me
back,
time frame. So this was in 2020 or 2021 now.
Okay, so this is 2020. I came back. So when I came back, I didn't go back to Georgia. This was part of. Georgia's not the place for us. There's too much
Access.
Way
Emphasis on access.
Lots of it open, right?
Yeah.
And so I was like, I'm really feeling Texas. I feel like it's equal distance between both of our families as far as travel time. I'm thinking Houston, but he was getting Dallas. So I was like, okay, like, let's go. Okay, so we're going to Dallas. So he ended up packing up the whole house pretty much in Georgia. And after I told him he needed to get rid of a lot of things. And and then I met him here in Texas, and we started here in Texas, and it was like, it felt great. Like, it felt good. We had people here in the church that we were meeting with regularly. And we were looking for different places, like where we wanted to settle down. We started in Plano and went to a couple of different places. And so I felt like it was like on track. Of course, there's always issues, right? We're still recovering from whole trauma, right?
Yeah.
Like, we're not going to skip past the fact that there was all these women involved in the marriage,
Right.
that I'm still dealing with. On top of, now I'm actively unpacking the rape trauma at the same time that I'm dealing with the betrayal trauma from the infidelity. Like, all of it's happening at the same time. And so he was very supportive. I feel like he was very supportive and understanding, and like, okay, what do I need to do? And all these things that I couldn't have asked like for more of, you know, so.
And then when did the infamous bonnet video, when did that take place? When was he outed?
That was 2021.
So
that
everything
was
everything was going pretty good.
Overall, yeah.
Overall,
everything was
new start.
Yes, overall, it was a new start. We're still just kind of unpacking just all of the stuff, right?
But he's doing the work, y'all.
Yeah,
y'all have a spiritual oversight that's helping y'all walk through some stuff. He's spending time with the kids now.
Yes.
He's scheduling time with the kids. Did y'all renew y'all vows?
We did not. That was one of the things that did not happen. And, you know, that was something like, okay, we need to put it on the priority list, and it just never happened, clearly. But
right.
That did not happen. But all the other things were going on. I'm like, okay, you know, we can get there. All these other things are important.
Both his numbers.
He changed both of the numbers, but apparently people still had access. So did not know that, you know. Apparently iPhone has some weird technology where you can have like these secret messages.
Oh, for real?
That's bull crap. That's bull crap. No, he still was able to give out alternate numbers because this man, and listen, ladies, listen. You know the story about this, ladies. A man that got money, whether he has a lot of money or less money, he does have other phones. Are you aware of this? It's not one phone that he used. I mean, are we that naive?
I liked how she set her boundaries before going back.
Yeah.
But that's something she should have done from the very beginning. Like, she should have negotiated these things before she married him. and then that way she can hold him to it. But I'm glad that she did it before going back. I do agree that a husband and wife should not be separated. They need to. I mean, you can separate for a time, but when you see somebody working on something, you come together and you work that thing out together. Um, but so he changed his phone. So is she saying that he never truly was? He never, he wasn't honoring what he said he was. He wasn't keeping his word. Is that what she's alluding to here? Because she said, well, iPhone has this weird technology where you can do secret messaging. I have iPhone. I didn't know that. Can we do that?
Maybe when I let some people come up, some other ladies that got iPhones, so whoever comes up when I drop link in the next few minutes, maybe
Well,
they
I
can
know
answer that question.
Messenger, you can do secret messages on Messenger. I didn't know you could do secret messaging on iPhone.
Well, I'm a vouch for this. People are able to call not on regular phone lines, but also on social media. I, i.e., IG Messenger, Facebook Messenger, and trust me, I know you don't got access to those. I know for a fact you don't got access to that because if your boy, which he is a social media guru, if he's on social media, those same chicks, those thoughts that you said that you watch and study, they got access to him through that. They have to call him directly in his landline. They call him right to social media. But it goes back to people not using common sense. That phone lines today is dead and it's been dead for a long time. And there's many ways to reach to people. You don't have to use your physical number to reach out to somebody. Hell, think about it, LeTisha. I had to reach out to you through Clubhouse. And I don't know. I don't think. Well, hold on. I'm not sure if I have your actual number. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. But let's say I don't. I have ways to find and get in contact with you, correct?
Correct.
So what is different from Derek Jaxn in regards to the so-called hoes that she's complaining about, that she studies and try to imitate because you're trying to compete to keep your so-called I guess attractive and so-called value husband.
So her select male. One of the things I noticed was she that bonnet of salvation, helmet of salvation or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
When they were telling that story, remember that the women that he was seeing that all of this came about, they were separated. She left.
Okay.
The woman that was that he brought to the mansion, or what she thought was the mansion, in their bed, because he thought she was done. Remember, for a long time he thought she was done.
Yes.
Relationship was over. He was moving on. It was like a Will Smith thing. Remember when he told Jada, "I'm done with your ass."
Yeah, I remember that.
You, whatever you do is whatever you do, and I'm gonna do me. I think that's what was going on. I do think that he was on the trajectory of keeping his word until Tasha K broke that story. And then she's reliving and rehashing old wounds.
Yep, you're right.
That.
Yeah. My thing is this, and a lot of men should know, whether you have it like that or you that type of Negro or you that type of brother, these ain't the same 3 or 4s like old days. These 3 or 4s today are going to spill the tea and tell your business. And this is why a lot of men that's like Derek that's out here on the streets, that you better keep what you're doing out the streets and keep it accorded. You should not be able to make sure these women that know you to be able to know enough about you without them going back to any other third party to start telling your business so the whole world can know. Because let's be honest, if he and this is why I don't like the transactional thing, LeTisha, and that's why I'm not really a proponent for a lot of men to start tricking if you got like that, because now you got to constantly keep this going. I'm not saying Derek did this, but let's say he did. You had to keep coughing that money, Playboy. If not, this woman that you're having intercourse on the side, once that flow of cash stops, she definitely is going to go find some big media outlet to tell all your business. Let the whole world know you ain't ish. All right. All right. Faith wrote something. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, and the Gray Pill podcast. She got touched at age 19. And that was, what year was that? That was in 2008, roughly 15 years ago. Hope to answer your question. All right. Faith writes, iPhones has iVis links options that basically only keeps message visible on your screen 5 seconds before it disappears. Okay, that's something new to know.
So if that's the case, then how did she know he was sending secret messages?
Because she got access to his phone. She probably know the code and probably, got into his phone.
So it doesn't permanently delete them.
I don't think so.
Wow, that's but women who are anxious, preoccupied, they are the best private detectives. Like, they are better than the CIA, FBI, Homeland Security.
Yeah.
They'll find any and everything. I had a client who was putting a tracker in her man's car.
Oh, wow.
And then and here's the worst part.
Mm-hmm.
She would torture herself by playing the video of them having sex in his car, like him and the other woman having sex in the car, and him talking smack about telling the other woman, I don't want to be with her, I want to be with you. Now, she had this information and she knew this. And I'm like, okay, so why aren't you walking away? At that point, it wasn't about keeping the man, it was about annihilating the other woman and getting rid of the other woman so that she can say that she won. And I think that's what the night ended up in. It wasn't even really about Derek. It was about, you're choosing me, putting me up above these other women. She was competing with the other women. But that's wild. But the lengths they go to, boy, to find the information that they want.
Interesting. Okay. All right, let me keep playing. Hold on. All right, fair use. Wait, actually, Fate, right? You can also long press the message before sending it to make it disappear. Okay, that's good now. Fair use.
Listen, I don't know. I don't have an iPhone, so. But apparently, there's a feature on there. So.
There's a feature on there.
There is. So, but yeah, so.
Wait, whoa.
He was doing some things that I was like, okay, we could.
Yep.
She doesn't have iPhone. So there's no way she was doing Wi-Fi calling. Does Android do Wi-Fi calling?
Yes, it does. It has the feature as well. All Androids, just like the iPhones, have Wi-Fi calls.
Okay. Can you guys do Wi-Fi texting?
I never used the feature, but if depending on your provider, like you said, LeTisha, and remember, apps are very powerful to bypass a lot of things. So if you're not able to make a regular call, if you have, like, say, I think Google Call Line maybe, or some other applications, you could use those services for alleged free.
Yeah, but remember when she said she didn't have a phone? Her phone was off, but she was texting him?
Yeah.
We know he has an iPhone.
Yeah.
Right? Because she says iPhone has this private messaging thing. So we know he had an iPhone.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, from his previous videos, we knew he had an iPhone. So how was she texting him and she didn't have a phone? And then she said, well, when I got to Denver, my phone was still off, but I called him. Like, I know that if he had an Android, she would be able to call him, because they do this. You can't call, just because it's on Wi-Fi doesn't mean you can make calls to everybody. You can only make calls to people who have that type of technology. So Android can Wi-Fi call Android if your phone is off.
Yeah.
iPhone can call iPhone. But I know for sure iPhone can only iMessage iPhone on Wi-Fi. You cannot message non-iPhone, or she couldn't send a message to iPhone without having service. So therefore, she's lying about her phone service not being, either her phone service being off, or she's lying about the communication that she was sending to him prior to her taking off and her getting to Denver.
Yeah.
And then Faith says the messages would be encrypted. So if she tries to read the messages without knowing the unlock code, she's out of luck. So how are you getting these messages, sis? How do you know this information? This is.
Yeah. Her story is not adding up. But let me read Queen of Virtue, and I'm gonna play a little bit more, and I'm gonna drop a link for those who want to come up. DJ misguided and manipulate thousands of black women, not just his wife. I could never trust or defend a guy that built his fame and following up simping and lying for years. I was never a fan of his. But you gotta understand, the reason why a lot of these social media gurus that as well influenced, you gotta understand what is their brand, what is their product, what are they really, what healing. How can I say this? He is selling so-called "it's not your fault" improvement to black women, because that is his audience. And what I mean by this, Queen of Virtue, is that when you see him come on and do an upload from his car, majority of the time, he's there always concocted and thinking and scheming of, all right, what can I say to misguide and get all the attention from these so-called women I so desire to like this, to screw and suck and blow the backs out? What would be a good message? He comes out of the subconscious mind as he enters and comes out his car, right? And he goes in, and then after, and think about it, before he has sex or after sex, he comes with an ideal and presents to you, the public, of what you is not your fault, and tells the men, the males of the society, especially black men, that's always your fault. You're asking for too much. There's something wrong with you. You should let your woman do this, do that, and a third, and let her live her life, while you, by default, subprove yourself. I am the example. I'm fine. I'm handsome. I look muscular, and I get all the women, and the women have to do nothing in return, which that's hogwash. Because look at the women that he's having intercourse. Matter of fact, I have pictures, and I didn't want to do this and put it on my show today, that I was going to reveal the women that he really desires. LeTisha, when you talk about,
Yeah, I saw those pictures, especially the one that was at Art Basel with him. I'm like, Lord Jesus, he's a glutton for surprise. He's a glutton for punishment. But here's the thing. When I look back over his messages and what he was saying, I'm trying to figure out, how did he misguide and manipulate women? Because all he was telling them was to avoid F-boys, to avoid men who didn't want to commit to you. The only thing that he didn't tell women was, I'm still that guy. Now, I told y'all I was no longer this guy. I was a former F-boy, but I'm still this guy. But then again, during his story, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he needed to portray himself as a former F-boy, because she knew he was an F-boy. She accepted him as an F-boy. She married him as an F-boy. She just expected him no longer to be an F-boy once they got married, which was darn near impossible. No, Faith. Her mother flew to Georgia, and they drove to Denver together. So I'm trying to figure out, when telling women that you need to avoid these lowbrow, low character, low hanging fruit men, because he wasn't talking about all men. He wasn't talking about good guys. He was very specific in who he was talking about. Where's the manipulation in that? He wasn't trying to put himself out there and saying, ladies, hit me up in my DMs, and no. If women were attracted to him, which I don't understand why, because to me he's not good. He's not attractive for me, but I can understand the appeal for other women. Women were putting on themselves thinking, I like what he's saying. I find him attractive. I'm hopping his DMs. His brand was not selling himself as this available man. He was just saying that these are the type of men that you should avoid. Men who do X, Y, and Z, they don't love you. The only thing he wasn't saying was, this is actually who I am. But even if he did say, this is who I am, it still would not have changed the message. All it would have been was like made women realize, okay, this is more authentic, because this is coming from the very guy that we should be avoiding. So I don't see, he didn't need to hold women account. Well, he did hold women accountable, but his channel wasn't about holding women accountable. His channel was for the purpose of building women back up after they've gone through traumatic relationships. Like, not everybody has the same ministry. Not everybody has the same purpose. Not everybody is going to be about both sides. That's why I never got mad about the red pill guys, because I'm like, well, their purpose is to talk to men about how women are. They don't have to hold both sides. They don't have to speak to both sides. There are people out here who do that. So it's just like the men who are speaking to women and trying to help women build themselves up, because he's not the only one. You got Tony Gaskins, and some other people. It's just
is it Ace and the guy named Carl Lavoisier?
Yes, Stephen Lavoisier. Stephen Speaks. So there's plenty of men who do it.
And they're multi-millionaires, last time I checked.
Yeah.
Some of them
So his
are
purpose is
more rich than Derek. Now I think about it.
Yeah. So his purpose was just to build women back up after their self-esteem has been rocked. The only problem with all of this is that, dude, you were doing all of this when your wife was struggling with her own self-esteem, and you were contributing to it. So he should have pulled back, let them get some help, some true help, focus on becoming the man he wanted to truly be for her, whether he really truly chose her or not. You married her. So now it's time, and you wanted her to come back from Denver. So now it's time for you to really get yourself together and focus on your marriage. That's like to me, that's like the craziest part, is that you're trying to help women build up their self-esteem after being in a traumatic relationship. And you had a wife who was suffering from mental health issues, self-esteem issues. It's not your fault, but you're contributing to it. And you should have been focused on trying to help her. And the way that he knew how to help her was to become the man that she wanted him to be. But that probably speaks to the narcissist in him. Is that it's more about the validation. It's more about the accolades. It's more about getting the attention from everybody else, and then feeding off of his wife's negative energy.
Okay. Derek was more, his focus really is to get this bag and to screw as many women as possible. He really was not really focusing and trying to help better his wife, because he knows his wife was not going nowhere. Hell, she committed and gave her precious years towards him because she chased after him, hoping that the possibility of a relationship and to be that only woman was in her, her focus. And yes, she got the ring and so-called the commitment, but near what she really expected, And personally, now that I think about it, and listen, y'all guys can come up now. I put the link into the chat room. I can't say she trapped Derek with this baby. I would, in my opinion, I think she came to a realization that, since she's gotten access to this dude, that the baby was going to be the byproduct of it anyway. And once she knows she finally was pregnant, because let's be honest, to go through the deletions, in my mind, it seemed to me that you're not using any form of contraceptive or birth control. So obviously, when you are having the situation and the sex with him, you are asking to really carry his child, and by default, and you said this before, LeTisha, on another channel, that these dudes don't get it, or people don't get that having a baby is not going to ensure that this man, if he's never really committed to and see no value to you, the only thing his obligations is to him and his child. So she already knows that I'm always going to be tied to you because I have this child. So I'm always going to have access. And she knows this. She's aware of this. That's why when she did that ultimatum, Derek was playing into her hands. You know what I'm saying? I want to see what type of man you really are. I got your baby now. I'm carrying your baby.
See, this is why I'm curious about them other deletions.
Yeah, I'm curious about them too.
My speculation is them babies weren't his. But this fourth one, she knew was his, so she could keep it because there would be no question for paternity. Because why delete the other three and then keep this one and then manipulate him into marriage over this pregnancy when you could have been manipulated him into marriage with the first pregnancy? I'm pregnant, keeping it. I've seen this with young ladies where they're messing around with some other guy or multiple men at the same time. They're not sure who the father is, so they'll delete that pregnancy. But when they're no longer doing that and they're only having sex with one guy, then they'll keep that baby because there won't be a question of paternity. It's just a speculation, but
you see, let's go and let's have that. Let's think that. All right, let's say that's how she planned it. Okay. My biggest question is how you know it could be Derek, and you're not going through no form of one. You gotta know the time of your cycles, which most women, unfortunately, unless they have technology, which they do use or don't use, don't know when they're gonna conceive. That's one thing. The other, you're taking a big risk because how many men, LeTisha, let's be honest, even to the present day and now in this year, or even last year, are gonna go out the way and say, "Oh, you're pregnant. That's wonderful." When the baby comes, I want to get a DNA test. How many men right now, as know, is going to really go fight to know if that's their child?
Yeah, I don't think a lot of men, most men, heck, probably 99.99% of men will not do that.
There you go.
But there's still that fear that the baby may come out looking like somebody else. There's still this fear that the paternity will come into question. So they'll delete any babies that is not by the man that they actually want to be with. Now, some women are delusional and they think that it won't come up. But so a woman can, if she's not having sex with a man, more than one man within a 2-month span, she'll know who the father is. Yeah. And she may not have been messing with anyone else during the time of that fourth pregnancy. And she knew she had him. Because look at this. She had 3 other pregnancies, but didn't bother to get on birth control. Didn't bother to use any type of birth control. You're not in a committed relationship with this man, and he's sleeping with other women, and you're having unprotected sex with him. So God knows if he's having unprotected sex with other women. Although we only know that at that time she was the only one that got pregnant by him. Mm-hmm. This is not a naive, innocent woman. We all know 1 + 1 = 2. You have unprotected sex. He's popping off in you. You're going to get pregnant. She's had 3 other pregnancies, whether they were his or not. Yeah. And you allow yourself to get pregnant in circumstance. I'm like, she's a highly manipulative woman. She knows how to manipulate. Everyone's looking at him as if he was manipulating her, but I'm like, she was very manipulative herself. I don't think he was manipulating her. I think he was just being himself, who he was. And because he's a select male, the cards was in his hands as far as you're in rotation. I don't have to give you commitment, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. But then she knew that once she got pregnant, the tables turned, the cards are in her hands, because she said, if you don't commit to me, we can't make this thing permanent. We can't make this thing right. I'm going to Denver. She always used that against him. I'm going to Denver.
I'm going back home.
Yeah, when she did, he said, "You're just gonna leave the kids? You're just gonna leave like that and take the kids?" Like, that was his concern. Like, if she'd have dropped the kids off to the condo and left, I think he would have been blowing up her phone. Like, I got work to do. You're gonna leave me with these kids. But eventually, I think he would have settled on that and not chased after her.
Yeah.
So his kid was his priority, but I just, it's hard for me to have sympathy for her because I know how manipulative she's been this whole time. She's not been naive. She's not innocent, and she's not a victim. She was a willing participant and an enabler.
Yeah.
The entire dynamic from the time once she realized that he was messing with other girls, chasing after him all that time, she was an enabler.
I agree. Totally agree. I totally agree. Well, let me keep running this tape. Fair use. And like I said, you guys can come up.
Work with this. There's progress in this area. I don't expect perfection. You know, I expect progress in tangible progress.
So would you be okay with, I'm not messing with 10 women right now, but I got about 2.
No.
That's
So
progress,
it was,
ain't it?
Right. So
define
that was
progress.
Right, define progress, which I did. Surprisingly, I was very specific. I said, none. Right, because we do have to be very specific here. We cannot leave any blurred lines or nothing like that. I did actually clarify to him directly. I said, I mean, like, when I say 0, I mean 0, right? Because then we have to define sex, right? Okay, oral sex is still sex, which was not counted as sex for some reason in other conversations. So we had to get very specific. So I was very clear. Hey, when I say 0, I mean nothing. I mean, like, I don't want, like, no friend, like, everybody. I don't care what business connection they are. I don't care what their status is. I don't care how many followers they have.
Yeah.
I don't care. All of them need to be gone.
Facts.
And so,
but for everything was going great.
It was going
2020
well.
till when?
Well, everything was going well until the Tasha K came out with all the stuff. And that was in March of 2021. And so from there, it was just like everything just came back up to the surface again, like
was
fresh,
that new to
open
you?
wounds.
Well, when she revealed in 2021, was you blindsided by that?
No, because he had already confessed to the 11 women that he had been with, which the 2 that were on there, or the 3 that were on there, had already been on his list of people that he gave me. And we had already been working on dealing with it and all of that. And so that information wasn't new. But what happens is that, you know, it uncovers that wound all over again, right?
Yeah.
Because not only on a private level, but now on a public level. And so now it's like open wound all over again. And then at that time, just 2 days before that, we found out we were expecting our 3rd child. Literally the day it was released on that platform, we were at his stepfather's wake. And so we're dealing with grief, we're dealing with expecting our next child, and now we're dealing with this all at the same time. And then it's like that following Monday, we're on camera, and I'm like, it's a helmet of salvation. Yes, this is what's needed right now. That's all I got. Right? All I know is it's a spiritual attack. Helmet of salvation. That's all I got. It's protect your mind. Right now, my mind is being attacked, and I need something better than therapy.
You know what? A lot of people don't understand this too, is that you're in the midst of trauma. A lot of times most people can identify with what you were going through. They may have dealt with somebody that have cheated on them, but they've never dealt with somebody that was cheating on them. They got, 2 million. How many combined followers does he have?
Over 4 million.
4 million between Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. 4 million. Now, here's this private woman who has always been shy her whole life. She's been the quiet girl sitting in the college campus. And now she has always played, back office to his brand. And now she's thrust. First time we ever hear her was in this video dealing with trauma of him saying, hey, listen, yes, I may have been I may have done this. And it's the first time we see this woman in front of this large, vast world of judgmental people saying, why she got her hair like that? Why she look like, why? And now they're picking you apart, some people giving him an excuse. Oh, we got to rebuke people who do that. Giving people an excuse, a married man an excuse. Well, I see why he cheated on her then. Look what she looked like. She probably was the type of woman that didn't keep herself up. No one knew that you were pregnant at that time. No one knew that y'all had just came back from a funeral and a wake. No one knows that. No one knew that you had been covering him all these years up until this point, being this supportive wife, being this woman who was not some girl that was like, I don't want to have sex with my husband. You're saying, I want to perfect this thing. I'm over here trying to model what these other women are doing so that I can give my man the best sex so he can choose me and leave them alone. No one knows the inner struggle that you're going through. No one knew the abuse that you had come through. Haven't overcome it yet, but you have come through it. No one knew that here it is, this woman who never wanted to be in this spotlight is now sitting right here in front of the world being picked apart. Right. And that's the reason, Danae, I said I want to make sure that I had a makeup artist come make you look absolutely beautiful and like you needed it. But I said I want to make sure that they didn't have nothing to pick you apart from.
I appreciate that. I appreciate all the care and the just basic human dignity and respect that you've shown me, which apparently is hard to get just being me for whatever reason that is. And so, all of the public scrutiny that I endured in that time, I'm like, it's almost like a headspin. It's like, what is going on? I don't even know how to respond or react. All I know is that my mental and emotional state is right now in danger. And if that goes, then everybody's going to die, literally, physically. Yeah. Had I not had the helmet of salvation, or at least knew that scripture, I really would have committed suicide. And that's the state that I was at in that moment. And I'm pregnant with a child, right? And that embellishes all the emotions that you already have just outside of that.
Gone through postpartum depression twice with the other kids, and here you are right now dealing with all this.
Severe postpartum depression. I'm pregnant again. Just found out I was pregnant again, and I'm like, Lord, I mean, when am I going to get a break?
Okay, all right. I see people in the studio now. I'm gonna bring them up. Now, you said something, LeTisha?
Now I know why he filed for divorce. Because they had an agreement that they were going to reset.
Mm-hmm.
And he was holding to his agreement because on all these private iMessages, I'm like, unless you have like Faith said, unless you have a code, you're not getting into them. That wasn't fleshed out. So I'm pushing that to the side until I have more information. But so 2020, they had an agreement. 2019, 2020, or whatever, they had an agreement. So by then, they're almost 2 years into their marriage.
Yeah.
Prior to that, they weren't in committed relationships, so that's not him cheating. But when they got married, it seems he did have other women still holding on, hangers around. So she left. He went back. She said, in order for me to come back, this is what I need for us to start over. He agreed. When the Tasha K situation broke, all of that came back up and she couldn't let it go. She couldn't move forward. So he's like, what's the point of staying in this marriage if I can't get a second chance? If I can't get the second chance that you said you were going to give me?
Well, you gotta understand, this is what Kay has always referenced. Not like reference Kevin Samuels, but what he did for the last 2.5 years before he died, last year of May. That he always talk about this what man does when he gets to a certain status, that And even when he talks about, say, these dudes exercise option, well, you've been exercising the option for a pretty long time. And I see you too, Gray Pill. 1 second. That there is consequence for every action, exercise the option. Now, in regards to the agreement that they probably had, once the word got out the streets to the public, that it's gonna be now embarrassing, because now you can't do no actual damage control, because the PRs can't really fix this.
Yeah, they can.
Mm-hmm.
This wasn't even a problem, because she had already dealt with it.
Yeah.
And all they had to do was put out a statement. This is not information that's new to me. This is something that my husband has revealed. We have worked it out and we're working on it, and left it at that. But she couldn't. She let the public's opinion. It wasn't even the public's opinion. Her being an anxious, preoccupied attachment style, she was never going to be able to let it go to begin with.
And not even that neither.
Wait, great pill. Hold on. Before
I'm sorry.
Everybody start open their mouths.
She was never going to be able to let it go. The public finding out just allowed her to use it as an outlet for her inner anxiety. She was never. It was always going to be something that, even if it was an old picture or whatever, something, a thought, she would have found a way to go back into her old habits of rehashing what he had already done. Because she's saying, look, I had already knew about all this stuff. He had already revealed this stuff to me. We had agreed that we were going to start over. And she's saying this reopened the wound, and it caused us to get off track.
Yeah. That's what happens. But I have people in the panel. We're going to start with Chanel Shalom, Queen of Virtue, and we work our way all the way down. Chanel? Hello? Chanel? All right. Well, when she get her mic together. Faith, are you there?
Hi, what's going on, Chaos?
What's good? So you've been listening very much patiently and quietly. What do you want to add on to this subject and what you heard so far?
Well, I'm just going to say that I have to really applaud the young lady, because I watched both part 1 and part 2, and a lot of people are going around saying that, she's not a victim. I don't think that she ever said she was a victim. That's number one. She never said she was a victim, and she never carried herself the entire time as if she was a victim. She always took accountability all throughout this entire interview. But people are not really, I guess, wanting to see that or give her credit for that. Because she sat there plenty of times and said, I was a willing participant. I know that this wasn't right. I take ownership of this. She's basically taking accountability. Okay. But, I watched the interview, and, I cringed at a lot of the stuff that she said, because, being a woman of advanced age myself, I'm thinking from my 47-year-old point of view. Yeah. But we also have to realize that both Derek and Denasia, they were in their teens when they met, and when a lot of the stuff was happening. And so a lot of the progression. So you have to really think, what were you doing when you were 18, 19? Because I know I did some really bonehead stuff when I was 18, 19. And I didn't have it all the way together emotionally either. Okay. Now, could she have done some things differently? Absolutely. But who are we to tell a person, especially a woman that's married? This is not his girlfriend. This is not his concubine. This is his wife. Yeah. And he stepped out on her during the marriage. Now, never mind, that, a lot of emotional abuse happened before they got married. But now you're married, and it's continuing. And she had fully expected it, not to continue after they got married. And that's a reasonable expectation. That's reasonable. So it continued, And who are we to tell this woman when she can just get over it?
Yeah.
Just get over it. I mean, this is what I'm hearing people, saying basically. Oh, she knew about that. She should just get over it.
Oh.
I wonder who are these people that have never experienced hurt and pain and don't understand how difficult that is to just get over. I don't know these people.
Mm-hmm.
That's not something that you can just get over, because now you're talking about this is her husband and the father of her children. You don't just get over it.
Yeah. You're right. Well, a lot of people, let's be honest, Faith, to those that know Derek Jaxn or doing content against him, like I said, I don't take pleasure in this. This is all content, but it's some to evaluate things as a whole when things like this come up, because these are teaching, learning lessons. We all young, we do dumb things, and everything we do as young should be a lesson for the next young people to follow upon us, that hope they don't repeat, God willing. But if they do, they have something to fall back on. That if you try to go on this road, this what is going to possibly happen. These are outcomes, And I do respect her telling her truth the way it is, regardless how people are going to use this against her, and say that you're a willing participant, which she is, but she owns her truth. How many people can sit there own their truth today?
Not many. A lot of people will sit up and still be in denial. And that's how you know a person is really working on themselves and trying to heal, because she's not in denial at all. She's not sitting up here saying I'm a victim. Not one time did she say she was a victim. Not one time did she say that she was innocent.
Yeah, but is she really owning her truth? Because we're only hearing what he's done. Accountability is also talking about what you've done, right? Accountability is also about, yes, you're accepting what your responsibility in it, and you do get over it. You learn to move past it. If you cannot move past it, you're still holding on to it.
Okay, well, what do you feel that she's not telling us? Because we can only go by what she shared, and she shared a hell of a lot. She shared some stuff that I wouldn't even share.
Right. She shared a lot. She overshared, which is a red flag for me.
So now she's oversharing?
Okay, are you going to allow me to answer the question that you asked me? So she's not telling exactly what she's done to contribute to her marriage falling apart. She's only telling us what he has done and reactions to what he's done, right?
What is it that she's supposed to tell? What do you think she's not telling? Because we weren't there. We weren't there.
Well, the truth about the relationship from the very beginning, she tried to paint this as he wasn't faithful to her. He wasn't choosing her from the very beginning. And she was this long-suffering woman, where no, the truth was they were in a situationship and she was in his rotation.
Correct. That's what she said.
No,
she said that.
No.
The way that she tried to paint it was he had all these other women that he was dealing with. That put an inference of, well, y'all in a relationship, so he was cheating. All I'm seeing from everybody is he cheated. And I'm like, that's not cheating. You can't cheat on someone that you're not committed to.
She never said that he cheated.
Again, what she said was, she's very good with her words. He was dealing with all these other women. She never said, listen, we weren't in a relationship. We were just...
Yes, she did. She said that.
We weren't in a relationship. It was just...
She said that. She said that on numerous occasions.
May I chime in?
That we weren't together.
Yes, they weren't together, meaning they stopped dealing with each other. But the way that she painted it was, I got tired of what was going on, so we weren't together. We weren't dealing with each other. She did not paint it for what it truly was, which was, this was a situationship. We were just having sex. I was in his rotation. I couldn't take it anymore.
She said that.
No, she did not. That's not what
she did. She did.
She did not.
Okay, now it's a back and forth. Can I jump in now?
Go
It's
ahead.
Yeah. Let me let Gray Pill speak a little bit. Go ahead. What's your take on this?
Yeah, just to add into, because the lady next to me, she mentioned about like what she didn't say before this interview. There's little pieces of what she added. If anybody actually was on her Instagram for a time, way back when she gave like graphic details of as a part she mentioned here, saying, "Hey, I wanted to be like them." But in her Instagram, her lengthy one, she was talking about, and how the conversation went unfolded was like, and I'm paraphrasing here because this is how I took it, was I wanted to be closer to my man, so I wanted to be like him, of him, be try to please him to the point where the rotations of women there, I was there witnessing how stuff going. Not me watching the phone and like, oh, let me get over and suffering. No, stuff was going on in that house that she was aware of, and she allowed it. And then there's some other stuff that she mentioned about her and her father, some other damaging stuff. Like she had like, and I'm not putting it all on her, but separately, she had her own issues. That's why I'm putting both of them on the fence of blaming for him to approach a woman that's not all the way wrapped up tight, even though she allowing you to get away with a lot. Most guys jump into that. And two, for her, if she's saying in her head now, from a quarter, she's saying here she's not really making it clear. Like, look, my intention is exclusive boyfriend, exclusive fiance, a proper marriage. She didn't say that out loud, but she's in her head from the conversation she's saying on the Instagram, like, hey, this is what she had in her head. But she's allowing everything to happen because she got the ring, she's good. Because she got the baby, she's good. Because she got the house, she's good. So it's to me, it's on both of them. But the fact that she allowed this, and I'm gonna take the words you're saying, and I apologize, I can't see your name because you're next to me with the green on. And I would take your side for just the conversation part of she's saying, hey, she's admitted this, right? But the fact that she allowed this to happen so many years ago through college up to now, I mean, that's a lot. So now my question is to ask, like, okay, why now to bring this up? Because to be honest, he never came up and did this like she's doing. That to me, that sounds like a petty, a petty chick would do, or a ex. Like, okay, I can't get my man, so I'm just gonna throw him on the bus. That's usually what majority of scorned women do. Because the last time when he did get caught, the quote unquote second time with Tasha K. Posey exposed him, what she just said she already knew about, so it was no shock. He the one put himself on Front Street, like, look, this is what happened. This is what it is. Okay, cool. All right. So at that point, she had a choice, but she didn't in that video. We're only going by what's displayed in front of us. But if anybody actually go back on her Instagram, she still got it there. She gives like crazy details about her personal life and what's going on between them two. And this is very disturbing inside her head. And I'll leave it like that.
Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, I think I follow on IG, but I don't really go into everybody's reels or information on IG because there's so many people. There's a lot of models, particularly that run IG. So to catch every little feed that she posts, it's like I had to really go into IG to really follow every day what she's posting. Great Pill. But let's say
I read some of that stuff that he's talking about, and you're right. And she was talking about a lot of it. Most of it was in her head, but she said in the interview that she did not share a lot of the things that was going on inside of her. A lot of the information that she found out. Yeah, she said that in the interview.
Okay, let me go get I apologize. I have to take 2 minutes, and I'll get my charge from my laptop, and I'll find that piece of conversation in detail, what she, in her words, because like I said, it's a lot of hits and miss what she's saying here versus what she's in detail saying on her Instagram. Okay. I'll be back.
Okay, Chanel, you there? Chanel, hello, you up here?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Oh, good.
I had to step away.
Sweetie, you're on the air. You're live here on the Chaos Rain Show. Wow.
Shalom, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning. This is, after midnight, so good morning.
Okay. What do you want to add on to this wonderful bean footage?
Well, I'm having a hard time understanding why Danae is under so much criticism and scrutiny. I haven't been following her IG or anything, so I'm not sure about what she's been posting. And I also haven't seen this whole interview, so I can't really say but so much. But I did want to ask the panel um, a question about, prior to us finding out that he was cheating on her, it seemed like there was a lot of Black men who were not really a fan of his, and a lot of Black women were. And then after the cheating, it seemed like it kind of switched, where Black women seemed to be, turning on him, and Black men seemed to, I guess, back him up. So what do you guys think is the reason for that switch, if y'all noticed it?
Can anyone answer? Hello?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
All right, repeat the question one more time so she could probably respond. Chanel.
Am I coming in pretty clear?
Yeah, you're clear. Just repeat the question.
Oh,
She'll
okay.
listen now.
So prior to Derek cheating, or prior to us knowing that he cheated, it seemed like Black men were not really rocking with him like that, and Black women were. They were following, they were supporting. And then after we found out that he cheated, it seemed like it kind of switched, where Black women seemed like they were turning on him, and Black men seemed like they were kind of supporting him and backing him up. So what do you guys think is the reason for that switch?
Well, I got to ask you a more deeper question. Who's these Black men that's backing and vouch for him for his infidelities in this marriage to Danae? I want, do you know any names? Do you know any content creators that's rocking?
BOA basically kind of, backed him up a little bit. I listened to him early this morning.
Okay. LeTisha, do you want to answer that? No.
I haven't seen that. The men are, if anything, I've seen the men deriding the women, his female followers and supporters who are still supporting him, saying, "Oh, we told y'all so." So I haven't seen a switch in the men. I have seen.
I've seen what she's talking about, and it's not necessarily that they like Derek. I don't think they like him.
Okay, I was talking. I'm not saying that no one else hasn't seen it. I'm just saying I haven't seen it. But I have seen the women switch up on him. The women are starting to switch up on him. I went to look at his analytics, and his views are down. He hasn't done a video in a while, so he's gone incognito. He did a video, I think, 11 days ago, and he doesn't have the amount of views
on his YouTube.
Yeah.
So his Instagram and everything else is still popping.
So yeah, but I am seeing a lot of women turn on him, as rightfully so. They're both deserving the backlash and the critiques and the criticisms that they're getting.
Okay. Yeah, Chanel, I have not really noticed any really reverse backlash. All I know is that one thing is evident since it's been revealed that he has more than one woman and he's in an actual marriage. It really did not slow down and stop the women that follow him by the thousands, and even now roughly 1 million or so, depending on the platform he puts his content on, is because vicariously a lot of women, let's be honest, they're more attracted knowing that you're moving as a bachelor out here and you might be in a relationship, and now that you're no longer in a relationship / marriage, it only opens the door for a lot of women to say, "Oh, that means it's free game. That means I can get access to this man's phallus and his wallet." Because look at the women that he was entertained, since they said it's so-called official, if that's really true, and I gotta double check if they're really officially divorced, because I'm having suspicion that they're not really actually divorced.
They're not divorced yet.
There you go. And she does this. The point is this, that he's out there now really living that bachelor life, knowing that he's still by law legally married. And the women that you see him in his arm are IG thoughts. Some that are not fat, some slim, some got, the fake hair, all the things that these people complain about, about black women. And yes, he is dabbling interracially as well, because I heard that he knocked up a non-black person that they don't talk about, but that's another story. That this man is just, living his best life. But the problem with that is that the money that he's pulling in is not gonna last long, because his hustle just took a big hit. So now what you see, and I'm not sure.
Yeah, she inadvertently or maybe purposely messed up the bag. Like that's the weird part for me, is that what is the point in this? Like,
Hurt people want to hurt people.
the fact is, now the only ones who are going to get hurt by this is the children, because they're going to lose their the lifestyle at which they were accustomed to. And yes, kids can adjust, but he loses. I'm not saying she should stay, like, leave him. Like, she should have filed for divorce first. She should have got up out of there. If she couldn't handle, well, technically they're not divorcing for him cheating. They're divorcing because old wounds were open and she couldn't let it go. So he's divorcing her. But if she couldn't let it go, leave. But now you're doing this, and his brand is women. And you're coming, and she's not calling herself a victim, but she's coming across as a sympathetic person, person who people feels was victimized. She was using words like abuse. You're essentially saying she's a victim. Now his brand is ruined, which destroys her ability to take care of her kids, because she doesn't have a job. She's completely dependent on him.
Well, I will say this for Danae, and I can't speak for her, but I know that she was more than a secretary for Derek Jaxn's empire. That, let's be honest, I don't see this dude writing his own material. If you look at the books that he came out, I know she took part helping writing most of his work.
She did majority of it.
Oh, so right there, and I said this earlier, and if y'all caught it, including you, Faith, and I see you drop some great posts.
Yeah, that's the fine.
That she probably has some books right now as we speak. If you go to IG, I think she was promoting a few books she wrote last time I checked. And I think she's gonna probably promote this one, since she's doing these interviews right now, and she's gonna probably make some pretty decent money,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. She's building her own brand.
There you go. And I think personally, let's be fair, honest. Derek Jaxn, way how he's going to move forward and how he's going to make money off this, now that he cannot fool women, regardless, someone will still get accent, but no saying the money's going to soon dry up because he's actually a fraud. He's going to still keep his following on social media, but in time, it's not going to add up to any serious revenue, because this is out on the internet, including this. So what she's doing is very intentional, and let's be honest, she's already at the point where she has to secure her own future, and she know that Derek right now, because he made a decision, is not going to be in it. So she has to do what she has to do. So let me look at what Grey Pill put up here.
Yeah, but Kat, to be fair though, when you say crap, I just had a brain fart. But this is the what she put up on Instagram as her confession. Can't make it up. It's not let me have my butterfly thoughts. Let me just think off the top of my dome. Confessions. So I'm gonna play just the part what she read. This was like 4 or 5 months ago, before any of this came up.
To God to stay a virgin until marriage. In college, I set someone up in honesty box on Facebook in effort to catch them cheating with help of a friend. Who's he talking about?
I think we need to read that part again, Rick, because I don't think people caught that first sentence.
Wait, I knew. Okay, let's get to it now. Come on. It might be a movement, because he got a child.
But watch, she's gonna go on a book tour. Watch, she's gonna profit from all those suckers.
I would.
She said, "I would."
Listen up, chat.
Okay, we're gonna be doing some reading, y'all. All right, here's a confession. I have intentionally and spitefully hurt people.
Y'all heard that, right?
Soaking in, y'all. Yes, yes, that's who she's talking about.
Listen up, people.
I broke a vow to God to stay a virgin until marriage. In college, I set someone.
Lucky, let us build some drama, okay? Dang.
Lucky, don't be hating in the chat. Dry hating. Stop.
Come on now. Dang.
In honesty box on Facebook in effort to catch them cheating with help of a friend. Who's she talking about?
Who's she talking about, chat?
Because there was some rebukers 2 minutes ago. Now I'm seeing a few of the chat saying, I always knew. I can see it.
We talking about, chat? Oh, Lucky, your fingers wasn't messed up a second ago, sis. What's happening? Who's she talking about, chat? Take a wild guess. I'll give you 3 guesses. You're going to only need 1.
Lucky.
Come on, chat. Y'all know that this is a 2-way conversation, right? It's just we talking, y'all type, right? Come on, chat. Who's she talking about?
The Twitter fingers was so activated before this part right here.
What, especially the ladies.
They quiet now, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Yes, she is.
Let's keep it going. Look. Herself.
That was herself.
Chill out. Hey, BZ did. Hey, stay tuned. Stay tuned.
She talking about Derek.
Wow.
Well, I knew. Okay, let's get to it now. Come on. I also let the same friend come to my house with the person I set a trap for.
Friend. Not some random. Not some thotty too hottie. Not some chick she didn't know.
Yeah, she used a girlfriend.
Pay attention, people.
I have purchased items for someone and taken them all back, saying they will have nothing if it was not for me. They would not have. Right there, Rick. Held on. Stop right there for a second.
Yes.
When I read that part, you know how when women be having these hobosexuals, on their couch.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you see what she said. She said, I had the same friend come to my house with the person.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm inclined to think, because I did a little research on her, she came from some money. She had some money, and he did not.
Mm-hmm.
So she not only was using the other stuff we're gonna find out about, but she was also using money.
Mm-hmm. Is that reasonable, chat? Because y'all know I like to make sure we on the same page before we move on, chat.
Mm-hmm.
If that's reasonable, chat, can I get a 1? If not, can I get a 2? Is that reasonable to believe? Is that reasonable to believe, chat? What's good, Mike? Be safe, bro.
Cool avatar. Happy holidays.
Tracy. Okay, Uno. AT, how you doing? Wrong button. Okay, so is it Derek? She say, I should have called it. Why didn't you, sis? I trust you. Right? He said, nah, she is Rick. Okay. Let's keep it going.
Narcissism and obsessive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Birds of a feather do what? Together. I have learned. Wait a minute, listen to this. I have lurked and studied women who have been romantically involved with someone I want, aka Derek.
All right, great pill.
Let that sink in, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Pause that. I'm not sure how long this is, but we're not.
No, just let me know when you want to stop. Is whatever you want to do, man. It's your show.
Yeah. That's enough of that.
Okay.
LeTisha?
I called it. Like, this was a very manipulative. I didn't even know that confession existed.
You know what? The only thing that
but that just proves she was a very manipulative, vindictive person.
Well, didn't she say all of this in the interview?
No, ma'am.
No.
Nope. And this is the second part, and I'm not even halfway. And I'll try to get like.
Well, I mean, I'm listening, and I'm not surprised or shocked by any of it because I heard her say this stuff.
No.
Well, I will say this. Hold on. I'll say this. I watched the first part of the interview. Have you watched the first part, right? Faye, the very first one that was uploaded.
I watched the first and the second part.
Now I'm watching the second one, and I'm hoping what Great Pill has revealed that she's going to start discussing, and I'm not sure I'm going to get through it on this whole stream today on this. But so far, from the first hour and 10 minutes to now, roughly another 30 or 40 minutes of this, and maybe next 15 minutes, I don't know, that I doubt that's going to come to conversation in the second interview, most likely. Because that was something that she posted on her social media.
So she said that she didn't say she set him up. She said that she used a co-worker to make him jealous, and that was another male.
Yep.
And then, I mean, I'm surprised she didn't use his name or something, like be more.
But you didn't hear her say in the interview that she used Fabian. She did. She said the words, "I used him."
Again,
she did.
Again,
she was name dropping.
Listen to what I'm saying. She said, "I used him to make him jealous." That confession is, I used a friend to set in an honesty box to set a trap for him. That's something different. That's not trying to make him jealous. That's trying to catch him in a situation with someone. Then she goes on in this confession saying, I would give you things and then take them back from you so that you can know that you're nothing without me. That is classic narcissism.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yeah, the same way that he turned her phone off because he was probably tired of her calling him over and over again.
That doesn't make him a.
Hold on, and that isn't right either. That's financial abuse. They abuse each other.
Abuse?
Yes, it is. She depends on him. That is financial abuse.
If I got a nagging wife that's doing the things that she's doing, I'm turning off my phone too.
Well, we don't know if he turned her phone off. We don't really know her phone was actually off because she said, I was texting him and I was calling him, and then out of the next breath said, my phone was off. How are you doing this and your phone is off? You have an Android, you don't have an iPhone. He has an iPhone. Android and iPhone can't communicate when there's no service. Only iPhone can communicate when there's.
Well, maybe she used her mom's phone.
Her mom wasn't there yet. Her mom flew into Georgia. They left. They drove out the next day. She said she had to wait until she got to Denver to call him. And he didn't know that she left. She said, I couldn't call him. He couldn't call me. My phone was off. But yet he didn't bother to call your mom. You didn't use your mom's phone to call him. So she's not being honest in all of this, which I'm not surprised. I don't know this woman, but I know.
But she said that her mom was not going to answer the phone.
But she didn't say that he called her mom either. Even it doesn't matter whether her mom answered or not.
I mean, I feel as if we're going into semantics here because she's basically saying her mom's not going to answer the phone. So even if he did call, her mom's not going to answer.
Again, that's not the point. She never mentioned that he called.
And there is the presence of another phone.
Again, you're missing the point. She never said.
I don't. Okay.
Yeah, because we're filming that stuff for her that she didn't even say. That's the part that I.
She didn't say he called my mom's phone. She made it seem like there was no communication, there was no contact till she got all the way to Denver. If that was the case, How did that man even know you left to go to Denver? How did he know? She could have went to a hotel down the street or something, took the kids, but he flew. She said by the time I got to Denver, he was there. And anyone who's drove from the East Coast all the way to the West, that's like a 3-day trip. That's a 3-day drive. So how did he even know when she was going to get there? She's not being honest in her story, which I'm not surprised because she's narcissistic. She's very
okay. I didn't get none of that from that. I think people are reading what they want to read into what was said.
Okay, so what about? Can I ask this then? So what about? Okay,
I'm not reading into anything. I'm going off of what she's saying.
Yeah, because I'm going off of what she's saying, but it's like you're adding extra into it.
No, I am not. She said he didn't know she left. And he was in Denver by the time she got there. That's a 3-hour drive by car.
Wait, can you play that again, Chaos?
That's all the way in the beginning.
Yeah, I did not really track when, because usually when I pause and we have the conversation, I will lose in the shuffle. That's why it's kind of hard to go back to which actual timestamp. I'm being fair. If I try, I'm gonna be searching now.
And can I ask a question? Let's just say for shenanigans, right?
Okay.
Let's just say if we did go back, there's an echo or something somewhere. Somebody mute their phone, please. Okay, let's just say we did go back and exactly what she said, that she happened to be right, and we move forward. Are we gonna nitpick at every little thing that this woman is saying that she said she heard?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not gonna nitpick. I'm not a nitpicky person. I'm going by what Danae said herself. I'm not reading more or less into it.
Okay, can I ask this? So what about the confessions in her words from the Instagram? Because that didn't match up to what she said in his interview.
What didn't match up?
She's not coming off as, yeah, I'm a very vindictive, manipulative person. That reeks of vindictiveness and manipulation.
From the start.
So because she didn't use those exact words.
You don't have to use the exact word, because you said something earlier. You said she didn't say she's a victim. You don't have to say you're a victim to show that you're a victim. I mean, shout out to Karen's out there.
Well, I'm going by what she said. She's saying that she was a willing participant. So this is somebody, if someone's saying that they were a willing participant, if someone is saying that they're taking ownership of it, then they're not a victim.
But you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? I'll say this and I'll let you go. You know what's crazy about people claiming accountability and victim, or self accountability? Because you're saying that she's showing putting herself out there, like, hey, I did this. But in the conversation I'm hearing thus far, because I didn't even hear none of this, I'm hearing what I'm hearing right now. It's like she's putting him in the mix of her I did wrong type story. You know what I'm saying? If I disrespect you, I'm going to only speak of my part. I'm not going to add you in the conversation like, well, she stole my money, but here's the reason why this happened. It's on me. It's all on me. I'm not going to put you in it any way or the slightest. So
how can she not put Derek in it when it's about her and Derek?
So where's the full accountability for herself then? Because what's
the whole point of the interview? Because he's asking her specifically about her and Derek.
Well, that's for me personally, that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, why now? And according to
why not?
Because she's manipulating this. Like, the thing about a narcissist, they lack the empathy. They will mimic. They've learned to mimic how people perceive them, how they're supposed to be perceived by people, and they will put that on.
So now we're going to label her a narcissist because she's telling her side of the story.
No, I'm labeling her narcissist from that confession, although I kind of was saying that she was manipulative. But now that I've read that confession, that is definitely classic narcissism.
But you're asking why now? Why is she even coming out and speaking now?
I didn't ask that.
For me personally, it doesn't make any sense. Only to say that, because I've been in a situation where somebody will literally tell me, "Hey, we're not going to speak of this anymore. Like me and your best friend, like, hey, we did something. It was between us two. We're cool. We shook hands on it, little bro code, whatever, right? And we move on. And then 3 months later, out the blue, you running from the screaming at the hilltops. Oh, I did you wrong, and you give only your version of it, and you sprinkle me a little bit over it, right? And then everybody else that I know, friends or whoever, comes around like, hey, what happened? I heard this. I'm like, where are you coming from with this? Oh, such and such said. Okay, now I go back to you like, why would you say this? Oh, don't talk to me. I don't want to hear from you no more.
So did we or did we not hear Derek said?
When?
No.
What are you talking about? Derek talked about his side of it all the time. He did videos about it.
He did videos.
So he's able to talk about what he wants to talk about, but she can't talk about what she wants to talk about.
What videos has he done to really talk about? I mean, he did confess to being a former F-boy, but all of this stuff coming out, he didn't really speak on that except for that one video when they were together. But the fact is that she's doing this now because, like I said, she's narcissistic and she suffers from probably an anxious, preoccupied attachment style. This is a way for her to get him to start chasing her again. Look at how she made it very clear to say that she was running things, right? She was taking care of things on the business end. From what she said in that confession, she's signaling to him, without me, you're nothing and you are not going to be able to do this. You will fall.
Yeah, and I'm inclined to
I'm starting to see that although he was a former F-boy, she manipulated that man. And the one woman said she had money. He had nothing. As anyone who's been in college and you come from an impoverished background, especially men, they tend to latch on to women who have money, and she used her resources to manipulate him.
Correct, which is I'm inclined to say, hey, she does carry the narcissist trait because for me personally, that's why I said, why now? When I gave an example about the 3-month scenario between me and a friend, it's like I'm trying to get a reaction out of you, so I'm gonna do the most, but at the same time, I gain the most while I'm doing that. So she hitting all angles. She's literally hitting all, and this is what I'm saying. She's hitting all angles.
Crazy. She's crazy, and we haven't even gotten to the part where she talked about her daughter and how she was looking at her daughter. Like that to me.
Yeah, I want to play a couple more of this. I'm trying to see. Hopefully, the 6-minute mark she talks about it. Hopefully, but before then, let me read by just a regular guy's comments. She used the mansion's Wi-Fi to call and text while her phone was off. We already conclude that might be the possibility, but it might not be. Derek's guessing she was at her mom's house. He didn't know exactly where she was until Danae called and told him. Okay.
Well, no, that was not true because she said when she got to Denver, he was already there. He got there before she did. How did he know?
Yeah. Next comment. She's using this interview to force Derek to talk to her since he probably is ignoring her and the children for the new woman. One thing I want to say this. I want people to pay attention and hear me good. We had Mother's Day, I think last week, right?
The 14th, yes.
Yeah. He did post some on his social media and he took down, right? And lo and behold, Danae does this interview a few days later. Or probably maybe that same month. Because we're not sure when this interview was really done, unless we go to her social media to point out the day when she took pictures of this. That this is not by coincidence now. This is all for a more ulterior motive and more of a bigger agenda that we never gonna know because it lines up too much. It's too obvious now. The story is not matching up.
You're wrong, Chaos. You're wrong, Chaos. She already gave out her confession. She already said to the audience she held accountability. What more do you want, Chaos? What more do you want?
Yeah, I mean, in her IG, but when I'm watching, I don't really focus on the IG or social media when I'm doing this great pill, unless somebody like yourself reveals it, which okay, we'll go with that. But when I'm going by what she does in IG and what she does on the big screen, it's gonna have a more bigger mass effect. And here's why. Because people we don't focus on mostly on what's going on social media and reading per se. We go by the big screen. You want to have a real impression to really put out any form of information or propaganda, you put it live in front of the camera where you're talking with the next person side by side. That's the only thing people are going to remember. They're not going to say, let me do some real research. No, people are going to say, I'm going back, refer to this tape. That's the only thing people are going to hang this on, besides going for her social media. If we're paying attention to detail. That's
Right.
what I'm trying to express. Go ahead.
And then if you read his Mother's Day message to her,
yep,
he was kind of putting out how she really was. That woman was, when he said you had to learn a new love language. I mean, it's going to come up. Sorry, spoiler alert. You had to learn a new love language in order to love our daughter. This woman is, people have all this sympathy for this woman, but this woman got exactly what she wanted, but she tried to change the terms and manipulate that man into a position that she never really was suited for. She never really could get from him. And if anybody's been with him, everybody's calling him a narcissist, but
no, this literally it's dragged out for me. It's dragged out for me, but it's literally happened in my experience exactly like that, except for it wasn't a sexual or actually like girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever relationship. It was a relationship.
Guys. This is what I'm doing. I'm gonna continue playing because I think she talks about more into this. Fair use. I see you, Faith. I'm bringing it back up right now.
Came to me in that moment was Job, when he was getting attacked, you know, his finances, his marriage, and all that. And that's where the whole helmet of salvation thing came from. It's like, I'm recognizing this as a spiritual attack. I understand clearly we have some real serious things that are going on, but everything right now, my mental health, my health is being attacked. My child, the seed in me is being attacked. If I don't pull through this, not only am I going to die, my child is going to die.
Yes.
You know, and I cannot get to a place to allow that to happen. And that's the scripture that really fueled me. And then, like, literally I knew 2 scriptures, which was that and helmet of salvation. So I went with the helmet of salvation. And
I'm proud of you, Queen. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you because at the end of the day, if that's all you had to hold on to for your sanity, to be able to be present in your kid's life, there was that post for Mother's Day that he made. He made a post acknowledging you, and he made a statement of saying in times where you didn't have the strength to show up for yourself, of course you showed up for your kids. How'd you feel about that?
What? Like, that's how I felt. Like, what is going on here? I was completely confused. I'm like, somebody sit me down and explain this. We need to define a lot of things.
You didn't look at that as, wow, he celebrated me on Mother's Day?
No. And so that's where I'm like, okay, should I feel bad about that? Like, this is like a real internal doubt. Like, am I ungrateful? Am I, like, these are the questions that I'm going through, like, real time, real life. Like, I don't feel that. I feel confused about it. And I feel like, was that really for me? Because when I'm looking at it, you know, I was blocked for months until apparently just recently, which I didn't even know I was unblocked.
Blocked from what? From social
from
media?
His social media. He blocked me on everything. And so I didn't even know I was unblocked. He didn't tag me in it. So I'm like, was that for me? And then my name is DA''NAIA. He didn't even have the decency to
spell your name right.
Spell my name right. And so I'm like, okay, am I being nitpicky because I want my name to be spelled right after all these years?
Well, I mean, it is your husband.
I mean, but I don't even know. I mean, can we define all these things? Is that even a thing to add to?
Can we define husband?
Right. Can we? Is that? I don't even know if that's a thing to expect your husband to spell your name right. So, I have questions about it, and so I have real questions about it. Do I see in a general sense that it could be viewed as sweet and all that? Yes. I can recognize that, but then there's so many things like on the back end that is not acknowledged and that have been going on. So I'm like, this doesn't make any sense to me. So now I'm just confused and I need somebody to explain it to me.
You said he didn't tag you, so It couldn't have been for you.
He didn't tag me in it. I didn't even know about the post until Monday, like at 9 p.m. My best friend is messaging me. We're having a conversation. And she was like, girl, I almost hollered when I seen his post. And I was like, what post? And she was like, you didn't see the post? I'm like, he blocked me on everything. I didn't see nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. You know, I'm not stalking his pages. Like I'm trying to build my stuff over here. I'm everything new. Right. And so she was like, hold please. So she sends me a screenshot and I'm like, what?
Yeah, they posted it on the Shade Room. It didn't go as planned because a lot of people saw right through it. A lot of people were mad at it. They was like, you made her a single mother, because he talked about, you know, you been a mother, whatnot. It said, you know, imagine this backhanded compliment. You've done all this. You drugged this woman through, and they kept the part that they kept referencing was the part about you being able to show up for yourself at times when you couldn't show. I don't want to butcher what he said, but it was something about the being able to show up for yourself at times when it was hard for you.
So he's referencing, okay, this is how like crazy this is. He's referencing the post where I just told you guys about, where I knew her body better than I knew my own. And I had made a post and I'm like testifying like all the things I went through and all of the demonic spirits that I allowed into myself, like with just trying to do all the things that I was doing. And I said how it affected me. And that little segment of his post was referencing that, even down to our daughter. Like I had some issues, like just like with the complexion of our daughter.
All right, we're gonna pause right there. Anyone response before I get into the actual part with her and her daughter?
Yeah, real quick. Anybody keep throwing in Jesus' name? You foul. Like, yeah, you keep throwing it out there. No, live it, breathe it, walk it.
This, like, just like, I don't care.
Yeah, that's a lot.
This is classic. All this Bible talk is classic manipulation. She's not as innocent as she's portraying herself to be. Like, this woman is highly manipulative, with some serious personality disorders. Because it's in the narcissist, right? Narcissists and anxious, preoccupied, attached themselves, they can't acknowledge the things that you do right. They're only going to focus on the things that you get wrong. So she said, he didn't spell my name right. Yep. It could have been he typed it fast, autocorrect. She said, I didn't even know it was for me.
That's when her mask dropped.
Right. Who else has kids by him? You're the only one. And then she said, he had me blocked. That there's a reason why he had her blocked. She's crazy, just like he said. I shouldn't say that, but she's not wrapped too tight. She's very high strung, very anxious, very manipulative, and I guarantee you she's used some very voracious, abrasive language and explosive and constantly attacking him. And so he decided to block her.
Do we know how old her daughter is? Their daughter?
The oldest one.
Let me ask you something. I mean, what kind of reaction would you have to being cheated on? Well, what is the appropriate reaction?
I can speak for me. I've been cheated on.
Well, in 2020, where was the cheating? Because she didn't say he was cheating. She said that he had cheated previously when they first got married.
No. I'm just responding to what you just said about
in general,
manipulative. Right, just everything that you just said in general, like no specific timeline, because you didn't put a specific timeline to she's a narcissist.
She's
manipulative.
Yeah,
so now you're putting a specific timeline, but your statements are not, congruent to a specific timeline. So I'm just wondering.
I said she's highly manipulative and vindictive.
Cheated on.
Okay, I said she's highly manipulative and vindictive. She's been that way probably her whole entire life. So whether or not she's been cheated on, that's neither here nor there. That's a moot point. She was going to be this way regardless. So there's no need to use. She's using a cheating
and
as
he
an
married
excuse.
her, and he still married her.
What does that have to do with the fact that she's highly manipulative and
What does that
vindictive?
got to do with the fact that he's highly manipulative too?
How did he manipulate her?
How did he manipulate her?
They manipulated each other. Now, see,
Okay,
the
but
thing about it
how
that I
did
hate
he-
that people do.
how did he
I
manipulate
hate
her?
when people sit up here and they point the finger at one person, but let's not sit up here and pretend we don't see all these women coming out the woodwork.
How did he manipulate
These women
her?
are very real.
Okay, but how did he manipulate her?
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I asked you a specific question. You said he manipulated her. How did he manipulate her?
I'm just trying to figure out where you cannot see.
Well,
that
I'm
this
asking
guy,
you.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for an answer.
Listen,
can I answer the question? I'm answering the question.
No.
I'm
I asked you the question first, and you're trying to ask me a question to deflect from my question.
No.
How
I
did he
was
manipulate
actually
her?
answering the question. I was actually answering the question.
Okay. Because you
So
said,
what
I'm trying to see how you can see.
Oh,
That's not answering my question.
No, give her a minute. Give her a minute. The question was, how was he manipulative? So go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. What I'm trying to understand is this man set up here, and he basically, when they first met, he kind of picked her out of everybody in the classroom. Not because he wanted to be with her. He wasn't even really interested in her like that. This man sat up there and he saw that she was a very smart girl, and they were in that math class, and he needed somebody to help him because he's a dumb jock. So that's number one manipulation right there.
No, you just insulted him.
Wait,
That's not manipulation.
Hold on. You all insulted her too.
I'm like,
so
but
let me live. Let me
Okay.
live.
Wait, you said that
Because
he
see,
manipulated
we're not
her
gonna do
because
this
he needed her
one-sided.
help
We're gonna
in
call her
tutoring her?
manipulative
In
and all of
tutoring her?
this. But then when I say Derek Jaxn is dumb, oh, you just insulted Derek. But now
He didn't call her manipulative. I called her manipulative, and I didn't say you insulted.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Because you're
But he
making
agrees
stuff
with
up.
you. He agrees with you.
But he didn't say it. You can't say he
I don't care who
it.
said it. If he agrees with you, you're both
So
in
this
agreement.
is this is
what I'm saying. I'm not going to split hairs with you guys. I'm not going to play
going off of what you're
I'm not
feeling,
going to do that. I'm not
and
going to do
you're
that.
interpreting
No,
what's
I'm
being
not
said instead of
doing that
listening
with
to
you.
what's being said.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Because you put something on him that he didn't
What you're
say.
doing right now is you're sitting up here every time I go to say something, but he didn't say that. I said that, but he agrees with you.
But you can't say he
really
said something that he
and it's
didn't
splitting
say.
hairs to keep going this way. Now, I was getting ready to answer the question. Let me finish answering the question.
Okay.
I don't want to go through this whole splitting hairs thing. I swear to God, I don't want to be up here with that.
Oh, okay.
Now, once again, he was very manipulative himself. And on top of that, he knew that this girl liked him. He pegged her out from the very beginning, used her because she was a smart girl, used her, yes, because she came from money. They were using each other and manipulating each other, like I said from the very beginning. But we want to sit up here and make it only about Danae because she's now telling her side of the story. And so now I will ask you a question. Why?
No, you still haven't answered
for
my
Danae
question.
to tell her side of the story?
You still haven't answered my question. You still haven't told me exactly in what way he manipulated her.
How he was
because a man,
I just sat up here and said
you called him
her from the very beginning.
That's not manipulation, man. That's a man who probably is
used her behind the scenes to help write all his books.
And you know all of this how?
She came from a family that had money. How many more ways can I answer the question?
Because you didn't actually answer the question. You didn't realize that, right?
I don't know how many more ways I can answer.
Can I step in?
Hold on, Greg. I'm telling you, I asked a very specific, direct question.
Okay, and guess what?
You didn't answer it.
That is the answer.
You didn't answer it. If
you don't like the answer, I'm sorry.
Okay,
it has nothing to do with not liking the answer. It has everything to do with that you didn't answer it.
And you don't want to accept
because
it. So
here's the thing. No. You're not. Listen. You're not going to put that on me. You're not going to put that on me. I can see why you can't see that she's manipulative, because you're too. The way that you're going about trying to answer this question is it's very deflective. You're deflecting.
I haven't
He didn't
deflected
him
at all.
him. You,
I
you
am very
said
straightforward. I answered the question.
ma'am.
I
You
said
call that
specifically
straightforward?
what it is that he did that
Okay,
was
so
manipulative.
You know the
okay, so
definition
the
of
answer.
manipulation.
Hold on. Let's walk this through real quick, and we'll go however direction Chaos want to go. So, ma'am, you're saying the first reason of him being manipulative was, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just what I thought I heard you say. You're saying that because he saw her and he found out that she was smart and know how to do stuff in college that he didn't know how to do in class.
Exactly. He
Okay,
pegged her from the very beginning.
okay, cool. So can I say this as speaking from a guy? I'm. Let's pretend I'm flirting with you. You look cute on. Got the hair done, got the smile. That's first, right? That's pretty much what he did to her. Now, as I'm casually, hold on. Let me land my plane.
He didn't.
I know. Let me land my plane. If I find out some qualities about you, and I have a conversation, you offer, and we're speculating this like we don't know, and you offer to help me out. That's not manipulation.
No, she specifically said he asked her if he could help her, if she could help him study. And
okay.
That's how they ended up in that library sitting far apart from each other. Remember?
Yeah, but ma'am, yes, ma'am.
So her asking her to help him.
Yes, ma'am. So
yeah,
okay,
he was definitely grooming her for that.
Yes, ma'am. But right there, yeah, ma'am. But hold on, time out. So right there, that is not manipulation. So if I ask you to give me a ride down the street and you happen to do that 3 times a week, so I get back and forth to work, that's not me manipulating you. You're doing something for me because I asked.
No. That's totally different. What he actually did, and this is what I'm getting out of this story, because she said that she was not even very attractive back then. She still had pimples on her face. She said even her hair was.
Yeah, but you focused on the what she's doing for him part.
But you sitting up there trying to make it seem like he was flirting with her and he was attracted to her.
No, I was trying to give her a broad perspective of that one, but we can
the same way. Hold on, and the same way that you all are making inferences.
No, I'm trying to get it. That's ma'am. I did say you.
I'm also making some inferences of my own,
and I'm fine with that. And I also told you. You can correct me.
You all are reading into what she's
ma'am.
saying.
I also told you you're more than welcome to correct me.
Sir,
yeah, but you're not letting me finish. You keep saying, "Hold on, let me finish." I said I was trying to understand what you're saying. That's what I'm doing right now. And I also said you can correct me as I'm going along. So if you're saying
that's
the
what
flirt,
I'm doing.
okay. So the flirting part, I'm fine with the flirting part. So you're saying leave the flirting part out. So again, what you just said was he asked her to help him with something in school. Everybody in college does that. So that's not manipulation.
No, but see, this is what I'm telling you.
Yes, ma'am.
And hold on, and let me just spell it out for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Because she didn't really say this, but this is what I'm inferring. The same way that you guys inferred a lot of stuff. I really believe that she was doing more than just helping him understand the coursework.
I agree.
Really believe that she was the one doing the coursework.
I agree.
So that is manipulation.
But we don't. But from that speculation that me and you both agree on,
because wait a minute, he knew that girl liked him.
Okay, from that speculation.
And hold on, how many of you don't know when somebody like you? He knew.
I'm gonna go ahead and say I don't.
It'd be the definition of manipulation.
Yeah, that is
you're not giving. It's not giving.
That is definitely manipulation.
That is not manipulation.
Danae manipulated that guy.
That is not okay. That's taking advantage.
Hold on. The same way that Danae manipulated that guy Fabian, because I believe that Fabian liked Danae, but Danae did to Fabian exactly what Derek was doing to her. Dea manipulated Fabian to help her make Derek jealous. The same way that Derek manipulated Danae to help him with his schoolwork and basically do it.
Can we move on?
There was a lot of manipulation going on. I don't even want to sit here and pretend like we don't know this.
Ma'am, stop thinking somebody's pretending. No one's pretending here.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of
going on
this panel. There's a lot of denial going on.
There's no denial.
There is a lot of cognitive dissonance going
Do you
on
even
right
okay? Do
now
you
on
even?
this channel.
So it's like you are
The
using words that you have no understanding
gaslighting
of.
alone that's going on
You're
this
just
channel.
regurgitating words that you
No,
heard on the
I'm not
internet.
regurgitating anything.
Yes, you
Ma'am,
are. You're not even
ma'am,
using these
don't
words
put
in the
words
proper
in my
context.
mouth, okay? Ma'am, please.
No one's
Don't put
gaslighting
words in my
you.
mouth.
No one's gaslighting you.
Oh,
There's
yes,
no
you are.
power
right,
Yes,
guys,
you are.
in this
guys,
Yes, you are.
ladies,
But you can't.
ladies,
That the main
ladies,
point is you cannot
ladies,
gaslight me.
ladies. Let's breathe for a minute. Now she's going to talk about her relationship to her and her daughter, and this is the point that got me, and this is where I want to time and brief on. So I'm gonna run this. Wait, I see people right in the chat room to read y'all chats. I see Dr. Tia San Johnson. Welcome, Dr. T. And wait, the one they call Chester Cat. Manipulation is the action of manipulating something in a skillful manner. The format allows fast picture manipulation. Okay. Next comment. Number 2, the action of manipulating someone in a clever or unscrupulous way. There was no deliberate manipulation of visitors and emotions. Okay, Chester. So let me run this. Fair use, fair use.
Because that was the type of woman that he would go after, and I'm not dark, like super dark skinned woman, and our daughter's like a little chocolate little princess. She has it, and I'm just like, how does she look like the women that he wants?
Wow, that's deep.
How does she look like the women that he wants and he desires and he loves? Like, like, I don't understand. It's like they had her even though I carried her. You know what I'm saying? And so I had to work out.
You gotta let that sit. You can't go it, dude. You said they had her even though you had her?
They had her even though I carried her. That's what I felt like for a long time. I had to really sit down and
because her skin tone represents the type of women that he would cheat on you with.
Yes. And so then it just played on the rejection and the abandonment and the not like, choose me. What is there about me? Right? Our daughter even has everything that you like search for, or at least preference in a woman. Now, every woman wasn't dark skinned, clearly, but there's a preference and a type, and a lot of them were. And so even our daughter came out in that preference, and I'm like, and that I feel like the Lord did that intentionally so that I could really deal with that. I could really deal with that aspect, and be able to teach my two girls, but be able to teach them, and one's lighter and one's darker, right? So I had the experience of being in this weird world where I'm trying to be these other women and all these things, but I had to really sit back and deal with that. It affected I feel like my ability to mother her and to nurture her and to just have that mother-daughter relationship that I always desired, but I didn't know how to get there because all this stuff was in the way. And so I had started telling him about that and trying to be vulnerable, because when you decide to come back, you got to be vulnerable still, even though it's scary. And so I had started telling him that. So he referenced that in his Mother's Day post. And so I'm like, I don't know how to, I really don't know how to respond to this. I don't know that it was for me per se, as much as it may have been for, image. Like, that's how I feel. Like, this is me working it out. And he did, behind the scenes, he did give me a big thing of flowers and a card. But he didn't say any of those things to me directly. So I'm like, I don't understand.
And he gave that to you at your son's birthday party.
Yeah, at our son's birthday party.
The day before Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Lord Jesus. So let's go back. You're recording this video. How did the video come about? Did he say, hey, I need to record this video. I want you to be a part of it. I want you to stand by your man. Like, what happened?
He didn't coerce me into making the video. He asked me, like, would I feel comfortable? He's like, would you feel comfortable? Because I don't want you to do something you're not comfortable with. And I'm like, I feel like I have to do this because I decided to come back, and I've been putting pressure on you to make a stand for me. So if I'm going to put pressure on you to make a stand for me, I need to sit up here and be in the fire with you.
Yeah.
Right. So like, I signed up for the worst, the better and the worst and all of that. Right. So here's the worst, and we are here. And do I like it? No, but he didn't coerce me to do it. I made the decision like, okay, I'm going to do it, especially since I've been putting this pressure on you to make a stand for me. So if this is the way we're making a stand, this is how we're doing it. So there wasn't a whole lot of preparation time again. We did it like the following Monday. The wake was on Friday. We went to the funeral Saturday. We drove back. Back on through Sunday. Monday, we're sitting there recording, like there's no sleep. We're still grieving. You know, I'm whole pregnant. Just found out I was pregnant. Like, still got to make a doctor's appointment just to confirm the viability of it. Whole 8 weeks pregnant at that point. Didn't even know that, but so you know, it was a lot going on. It's like we have to do something because, you know, this is getting out of control and this is our source of income. So financial crisis on top of all of the other things, right? So that's where I told you the Lord just brought me to Job. Financial crisis, house is being, marriage is being attacked. Children are being attacked, right? I'm pregnant, so my children are being attacked. Mental and emotional state being attacked. All these things are being attacked. And when I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, Satan has asked for permission to attack us. And he has legal grounds and rights because this has all been, you know, we've been doing our own thing in here. And so this is a different type of battle than the average person would think, or even the average Christian would think, to think like, oh, all these areas are being attacked. Like, get off of social media and go see a therapist. Well, the therapist is not going to save my mental and emotional state right now. Only Jesus is, you know. So
you sat down, you recorded that video,
Yes.
You didn't prep, you had, what was that? Some people say it's a bonnet, some people say it's a beret. Which one was it?
It was a beret. It's actually a hat.
Okay.
I had on a hat. That was the day I was having like morning sickness.
For anybody that's watching from the clouds, please guys like the stream and subscribe to the Chaos Rain show. As you know, I sometimes periodically look at the chat room and look who's watching, but like I said, likes are free, so please hit the like button. One thing I do want to add on in regards to relation to her and her oldest daughter, which I believe she's now 5 since she was born 2018, if I'm right, which I am, because they got married that year. Yeah, there's some sense of jealousy, and my biggest concern is if it's already that sense of jealousy because she believes that, you know, Derek has affinity and love for women that are more darker hue, but we all know from closed doors that the women that he entertains are not really dark in nature. Some are sometimes the complexion of Danae or even lighter, from what I'm hearing. That, you know, will this cause a serious rip when her daughter gets a little older, meaning teenage? I wonder how strong the relationship will be. The one that's more jet black and has the same resemblance as Derek. What y'all say?
The fact that when the Mother's Day post, he said you had to learn another love language to love our daughter. Like, you can't tell me there's not some mental health issues, some severe mental health issues that I don't care what a man does to you. Your child should not bear the brunt of that. Your child should not be judged through that. To juxtapose his infidelities onto her innocent baby goes to show she's got some serious mental issues. And she's not owning up to it really. All she is saying is, well, you know, I was looking at it through the lens of his mistresses being darker hue, but she's not owning up to the fact that she struggled with loving her child because of this. Like, she's not taking any accountability in any of this. She seems to be. She seems to be accepting that, well, I didn't know. She's full accountability is I did X, Y, and Z. Regardless of what he did, this is still what I did. And she's saying, I only did this because he's done that. Accountability is not reactive. Accountability is you just taking action and responsibility and owning up to it, and she's not.
Okay. Anybody else? I guess. Anybody else?
About the whole kid thing. I agree. I don't know. People just need to think before they decide to have kids. I know. Coming up, I heard women say that only reason I got married to this guy is to get out the house. Only reason I decided to have kids is to either not maliciously keep them, but at the same time, it's kind of a tactic, is to like to stay within the family, or the kid might help us move forward. And I heard people say this on both ends. So if you're not just with your actions, your intentions, why you want to get married, why you want to have kids, and you don't fall through on it, because that's a big responsibility, and that's a separate relationship from the marriage. Because she had her own separate relationship with herself, and she keep throwing God in there, and he had a separate relationship with himself, and they came in together as a unit, and then they got another relationship with the child. So people just need to be very mindful of that too. This is a whole new life you're messing with, you're help raising. And I think this child's going to be, I pray she don't, but I think this child's going to be a little bit split apart because of two parents, one trying to get it right, and the other one is dangling something over somebody's head just to try to get what they want. I ain't going to say who. I'm going to leave it like that.
Okay. I guess no one else. I don't think Chanel has nothing to say. I don't think Faith. All right. So let me keep running. 5 more minutes of this video. I'm gonna run.
I was just like
fair use,
exhausted, and it's like, we have to get this done though. Like there was an urgency in like, okay, we have to get this done. We have to get ahead of this. We don't have a PR person. Like we have to do something. So I'm like, okay, help me get through it. He made a video before me and him got on there, and I think he took that down because people were coming after him. But I was like, I had walked into the office while he was recording that, and basically it was like, okay, redo, but with us together, and so there wasn't a whole lot of prep into that. But after the fact, I was like, okay, let's prep. He bought this little media kit person, or I don't even know what you call it, but it's a person that helps you,
content creator,
prepare for these types of things, and just like coaching, like you got to sit up and you got to like
lean.
You got to lean forward and like smile. You don't want to wear white on the camera.
Can we pause real quick?
I'm like,
all right, hold on.
What? Y'all know this is my.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just listen to what she said. Like him versus her. He's saying, he had one of those. No, she says she set that together. I'll leave like that.
Okay. Fair use.
First time sitting in front of anybody's camera. Like I haven't even spoken on camera.
You tell me y'all had a media training person there when y'all recorded that video?
No, not there. After that, he started investing in some of those things, and he started showing me videos of like Kobe Bryant and Vanessa when he was going through his little thing and how she was like rubbing his hand.
God damn it. This guy ain't no joke.
I mean, but it's all about PR. Like, you look how she came on camera, and because she came on camera like that, the message got lost. The message of them working things out. This is stuff that she already knew. She was standing by her man. That got lost because what was the conversation? Body language and how she looked. So in order to make sure that the message is being heard, because we are in an era of perception, right? How you look is important. He had to get someone to make sure that when they have these types of problems, PR is going to do damage control. He should have got it before that video, but PR is for the purpose of damage control. That whole thing could have been handled differently.
Why did he do the video if he because I mean before he turned the camera
speak up, Faye. You sound low. Please speak up, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. No, I was just saying that, like, why would he turn the camera on and he saw that she was looking like that? Like, did they have to do it at that moment?
I think she gets into it and she said she was just ready to go. She didn't care.
Right. But the thing about it is he asked her to do it.
He asked her if she wanted to do it, if she was comfortable with doing it. She said yes. She could have said no, wait till I get dressed, wait till I fix myself up,
And
but she chose
he
not
could have
to.
also said, okay, well, we could do this at another time when you're, visually better, to do this. But he went ahead and forged ahead with her looking like that.
But
So I
what,
think they both, should there's some responsibility in that. I'm
no,
looking at
I,
that.
I, I,
once you give somebody a choice in something and they make a decision for themselves, you don't bear responsibility for their decision. He said, do you want to do the video? She said, yeah, let's do it now. That's on her, how she got on camera looking like
Yeah,
that.
it is. It is on her. But at the same time, I'm just thinking about myself and how I am when me and my guy go out somewhere. And I know that when the way that he looks is a reflection of me, and the way that I look is a reflection of him. I'm not gonna let my man leave the house just looking any old kind of way.
I agree.
I
I
don't
agree.
think that he should have turned that camera on with his wife in the state that she was in.
But she
Well,
also
I would say
said,
this.
she also said that she was forcing him to make a stand, right? Secondly, you gotta understand, I think for her in that moment, she wanted a spotlight shined on the reality and not the fakeness. She's in pain, she's hurting, she wants people to see that pain and hurt. This is the real, right? Whether it's contrived, whether it's really real, that's how she was feeling at the time. She wanted that shown because she could have easily done what she's doing now, got herself dolled up. She chose not to because she was sending a message to the public about the state that she was in.
I don't
Um,
think that she
I,
was
I'll say
really
this.
thinking about it.
I'll say this. One thing, and it's evident when you find black folks, especially as young as them two, and when you're getting fresh money, especially getting money in the thousands and quarter million and more, that a lot of things has not been set up to know, okay, I'm treating this as a business, right? And I had to move accordingly. And let's be honest, Mr. Jackson is not ill equipped to do business properly because he's not coached properly on how to move out here. He doesn't have
I
no
agree.
and one of the few things with anything when you put out message and a product and your life is different from the real world and you're trying to put a front and persona, you have to be very clear and be very careful to know if any possibilities that things might go left, what is the actual logical step? Like the PR is one of few things. And let's be honest, he has the money to have these people and stuff. But when he moved in desperation and moved in hesitation just to put some out there so he doesn't be looked as a bad guy was a wrong move at his end. And yes, he asked his wife and his wife agreed because she's married to him. And one thing with her, because just like him, you're not thinking the long term saying you're gonna be put in front of the whole world to try to put a front to know and saying, I messed up. This is me and your wife showing and present herself. No, say, okay, I support baby. It's nothing like that happened. So when they see this video, they say, oh, look how she carries herself. Because in her mind, she feels, I don't give a crap. I'm let the whole world know that I'm not putting with your crap. And they're gonna show and know that's a bad move. So now when you see everything crumble down as it is, it shows that, dude, you effed up. Now you have to rebrand yourself, and let's be honest, he's going to rebrand himself after all this, and he's going to have to do a response. He's might
But
have to go in
yeah,
front of the
You
studio.
got an
Somebody,
idea what you think?
let's also look at, she could have been engaging in one of two things. Either she was sabotaging him, which narcissists do, anxious attachment styles do, or she was going through some type of psychosis. And if anybody knows, when you're dealing with a narcissist, you don't want to send them into a narcissistic rage.
Mm.
Because I'm sorry, I seen him how shifty he was a little bit on that apology video. I was reading his body language a little bit differently. He was being very, very careful with her sitting right there. Um, but you don't want to send somebody into a narcissistic rage. And then if she's going through psychosis, that explains why she was looking like that, and that rant, all those rants that she was carrying on with. it just sounded like gibberish. It didn't really make any sense. She was all over the place. That's why she was looking like that. But then again, she said, I wanted him to make a stand. Y'all don't know. Y'all probably think he was the one. He asked you. Y'all probably think he was the one forcing. He was forcing her. She could have easily been nagging him to do something, to say something, and he just used that opportunity to do it and say, "Okay, I'm about to do it. Do you want to do this with me?" And she's like, "Yeah," because you better take a stand. Y'all, come on, you better. She's been wanting him to publicly acknowledge her for years. And now all of a sudden, information that came out that you guys already knew about, you're dealing with, and wanting him to take a stand on this, and then you don't even get yourself together for it. She didn't care. She was either she was sabotaging or she was in the throes of a psychosis.
I think that is one. I think it's one thing for just her and him to know about the cheating and the infidelity, and that just her and him are working through it. And it's a whole nother thing for her, him, and 4 million of his followers, and maybe even millions more people that wasn't even following to know. That's a whole nother ball game.
That's fair.
No, that's not, because who cares what they know? Them people aren't in your marriage.
But see, you could cavalierly sit here and say that because it's not you.
But I'm not cavalierly saying it. I also know what it takes to be married. I also know what it feels like to go through a divorce.
I know what it takes to be married. I know what it takes to bury a husband. And I also know what it goes through to have dealt with the same thing that Danae went through.
I also know that it's important to keep others out of your marriage, because people who have no
she had no choice.
Okay, yes, she
This
did.
was out of her control.
Yes,
that's not true.
What control did she have over these women going on Tasha K?
Okay, she had no control of that, but she had control.
Right, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
I disagree. I believe she did have control, because again, let's go by what she said. She said,
"You cannot keep cutting me off while I'm in the middle of saying something."
I'm sorry.
She had control over her actions. She did not have to put out to the world any of this. She could have said, they could have put out a statement or not said anything at all, like Jay-Z and Beyonce typically do, and keep it private between them and work on it between them. When something happens publicly, you don't always have to address it. That's PR 101. Because as long as you make a statement, then people can hold you to that, people can hang on to that, and people always can have something to say. She had a choice. She made the wrong choice by letting what other people had to say about her marriage interfere with their rebuilding.
But wasn't she standing by her man, and then her man turned around and she didn't even know it, but he made the announcement to everyone that he was divorcing her?
No, she didn't stand by her man.
Yeah, she was standing by him, and then he made the announcement.
No,
we're getting a divorce.
No, she wasn't standing by him. She was punishing him all this time.
Wow.
She was punishing him based on the fact that now this was public, and like she said, old wounds were open.
He cheats on her, but she's punishing him.
Because they were rebuilding. Once she said, "I forgive you, we can move forward."
Okay, and then but he kept cheating.
No, that's not what she said.
No, that's what he did.
No, that's not.
And he admitted it. He admitted it. He admitted that he kept doing it. No. I mean, this is not anything that she's saying at this point. He's saying it. No. He's saying, "Hey, you know what? I'm sorry. I keep cheating. You know what? I got to let her go."
He didn't say that part.
But I'm ad-libbing. But I mean, he kept cheating.
He did not. She even said out of her own mouth that what broke on Tasha K was stuff that she already knew about. They were already
right. That was the first time we knew about it, and then they came out with that video, and then she stood by him, and then Tasha K came out again. Wait a minute, Tasha K came out again with another one. It was another one.
You can't tell me to wait a minute. You keep cutting me off, like.
But the thing about it is you're inaccurate, because this woman did stand by him, and he cheated on her, and it became public once. Then he cheated on her after she stood by him again with another one. Tasha K had 2 separate interviews. It was another one.
If you would just go on mute and let me finish my point, then you can attack the point afterwards. When they moved to Texas, after she came back from Denver, they moved to Texas. She made it very clear. The only thing she inferred to was there were some text messages, some hidden text messages. Like you said, how'd she get the passcode to that, right? That was the only thing she inferred, but she said the Tasha K story that broke, they were already rebuilding from that. The second story that broke, they had already separated. They had been separated for months. And then he decided, because that story is breaking, that he was just going to go ahead and file for divorce. But he clearly stated they were separated for months by the time that picture at him being at Art Basel with that woman in Florida, in South Florida, they were separated. So he wasn't cheating. I mean, yes, one could technically say it's adultery because y'all still married, but to them, the marriage was irrevocably, whatever. I can't even speak right. It was broken. The marriage was broken. So
irreconcilable.
No, it was irretrievably broken. Same thing. So when they did that video together, they were in the rebuilding process. She let what everyone else had to say, she let her old insecurities come in and destroy that based on old information, not new information, old information.
Do you think she was completely healed from that?
No, I don't. And that's why she should have never got herself on TV. He should have never done that. Like Chaos said, he's a bad businessman. Because he should never.
Well, not only did Chaos say that, but I said that before Chaos said that.
Well, okay, well, whoever said it, y'all both said it. He should have he should have put his marriage first, and he didn't. Because that statement should never be made.
Oh my God.
Can I say something?
I'm going on mute.
Is it fair at this point right now? I feel like we need to all of us need to blame Tasha K, because Tasha K brought up some tea, messy tea. Yeah, some messy tea.
Messy.
And even she said, and we can agree on this one, she said this was old news. So I think Tasha messed it up for everybody.
Yeah, she messed up.
Blame Tasha K.
But it's Tasha K. But let me do this. I'm gonna last 3 minutes of this video, and I'm gonna call this video a day.
We can't even hear you.
Only him.
Fair use.
And he was like, yeah, you gotta
rub my hand.
You gotta, like, you see how she is, you gotta. And I'm like, okay, but I'm not an actor. I can't do that. And so that just caused a little bit of, I'm like, I can't do that. Like, I'm doing good just sitting here. Seriously, like, that's all I got for you. And I'm whole pregnant. I don't even know what to do. I never talked on camera before. I don't even know what to do. So
that's all I got. I'm gonna sit right here.
I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna
stand
look
beside you.
And I'm gonna look at the camera.
That's exactly what you did.
That's exactly what I did. Like what I did. I had never sat in front of a camera before, right? So all these components, and that's one of the reasons why I never really wanted to be at the forefront. It wasn't just like him hiding me either. I was like, I don't.
Well, let me go for 2 more minutes. I want to drop this tape.
I don't really want to be at the forefront because I know people are cruel, and at the time I had all these insecurities and all of these things, which were serious. We kind of touched on some of them. I would have killed myself had this happened in 3-4 years ago. I literally, and I don't say that loosely.
Oh, I know it.
I do not say that loosely.
I know.
I really mean that. And there was a couple of attempts in the past. So I wouldn't have been able to survive it if not had been for God.
And it gives more credence to Helmet of Salvation.
It does.
As people want to laugh about it. How do you laugh about the Helmet of Salvation?
I really don't know. So I'm really confused behind it because it's like, okay, the word of God is active and alive, right? So if I speak the word of God and I say, I'm activating the full armor of God, the helmet of salvation, just because you can't see it, something is activated around my mind and my thoughts are being attacked, right? So it says, bring every thought into the obedience of Christ Jesus, right? Mm-hmm. Punishing all disobedience when your obedience is fulfilled. So I got to bring every thought. People are telling me you're emotionally wrecked, you're mentally ill. If I don't do something spiritually, those things are going to plant into my spirit. And my spirit is already messed up from all the stuff that I've been going through that you have no idea about. And I'm pregnant. So that just amplifies everything. So I need something stronger than grounding techniques.
Let me ask you this. You don't have to answer this if you don't want to, because this is just your private business. Were you ever diagnosed with any type of mental illness during that time?
No, actually, I wasn't. And we had sat in front of some high class therapists. We had a therapist actually in the UK. She's does a lot of TV shows and things like that. We still talk to her, but she did not. I took tests.
Did they diagnose you clinically depressed or anything?
I did not get diagnosed clinically depressed outside of my postpartum.
Yeah.
Outside of my postpartum, which I got cleared and approved of all the times.
Yeah.
You know, I went through my little stint of that. I have not been diagnosed with any other mental illnesses or anything.
Good. So having the salvation worked, didn't it?
It did.
Come on, somebody.
That's enough of that. You're bullshitting.
Man,
Thank you. Thank you.
And that's a nice way to wrap up that part of the video. After finding that part, I said, listen, baby, you've been touched. You're going through something. I saw the text message from Greg Pill's side. I've been finding this information, this, that, third. Girl, you come out with a book. Stop playing. Stop lying to the American people. You did this for just to pull and make your bag nice and full. Let's be honest. We listened to the whole story throughout the whole night did not make no sense. And trust me, I watched the first tape and I'm now watching the second tape. I'm not sure if I'm going to go watch the second time now. There are some things I miss from the second part. But overall, it's like, this is some weird gaslighting, all type of words we can't even explain right now. You know? To sit there and say you went got tested, nothing wrong with you. No, there's something wrong with you, baby. Don't listen. Everybody told me I go pay for somebody and say I'm fine. Fire them, go find somebody else. A second opinion. And why are you going to the United Kingdom to go find what's wrong with you? You live in America.
Right. She said she had 3 therapists at one point, and I'm like, why do you need 3 therapists? First off, like you said, she was sexually assaulted, and you were never diagnosed with clinical depression. You were never diagnosed with PTSD at the very least.
The crazy part is she actually said she had issues, but yet she went to professionals and didn't have issues. Right. Come on. That makes no
sense. I think she's lying. She's lying on this. There's
all right, come on. All right, you coming home. All right, come on home.
But I will say that she has issues for reasons. She has reasons.
We lost her. We lost her.
Narcissistic personality types will never acknowledge.
We are not psychiatrists, so we can't say what the diagnosis is.
Yeah, because I'm not a psychiatrist, I can't say it and not get into any trouble. If I was a psychiatrist or a psychologist, I couldn't say this. But I'm saying she has a narcissistic trait, and people with those traits cannot acknowledge any flaws.
I would say this.
She sat there and lied when we could all see that through her story. At the very least, PTSD.
That is crazy. I can say this from my experience, and I'm talking to a nice lady next to me. Like, this is weird to me, right? Because I kept hearing the word, like, people was throwing out like candy, and I get it. When people just, every time you have an attitude, somebody has a chip on their shoulder against you, oh, they're narcissists, oh, they're narcissists. And I understand it, right? I never understood what the word means. When this literally happened to me, because this right there, this story we're looking at is stretched long. Mine was shorter. When this happened to me, I just took it as like, yo, this person got issues. Okay, I'm moving on. And then when it came in that same domino effect, the energy vampire, the flying monkeys, those all terms connected with the narcissist. Somebody kept saying the same keyword over and over again, and I looked into it. When I tell you I was diving so deep and all the dots start connecting, I was like, this is bananas. So now that opened up a whole, I guess, another eye for me to kind of help me observe and be more aware of certain people and those behaviors. Because, and I would just, you don't have to say, because I don't want to say this to try to get you to be on the haha told you so or to be in favor to the conversations we had earlier. But like Kay, I said earlier, this is really a teachable moment. Just on the narc side of it, I would implore anybody to, not just us on the panel, to go actually. There are spaces where actually professionals give you a whole playbook, a blueprint, how many traits, what they are, how they gaslight, the energy vampires, even a full blueprint of the. And I will even send it back before we go to, just cause when I'm done talking of the crazy, because this is a whole new a hierarchy of it for me, but it all falls in the same pattern. So I would just implore people to just take your time out. Don't listen to when people just randomly say stuff, but actually just fact check it. Look for professionals that actually does this for a living. Because this is wild.
I want to say this real quick,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
I know a licensed therapist, and he always, he puts information on his stream all the time about psychosis, and he says a lot of psychotic trauma can be brought on by traumatic events. Now, this girl did say that she was raped and that she never dealt with that. Then she goes from being raped.
Great.
I'm sorry. Great. I'm sorry. YouTube, it was great. But she went from being great to then falling into a very toxic relationship where, she's, experiencing a lot of things that, no human being should experience. Then she had the 3 abortions. So there's a lot of things that happened to this girl. So I agree with everybody. She's definitely going through something. I do believe that she's more than what she's talking about here. She's not going to share it with us, and I'm not a psychiatrist, so I'm not going to try to diagnose her.
Mm-hmm.
But I would agree with you guys. There is something. There's a there.
Yeah.
One thing I want to say, Chanel, you there?
I can't hear you, Cam.
Yes, sir.
All right. What's your take and time now that you hear more of what Danae is talking about? Your overall take.
Well, I feel like this is probably the first time I ever seen a case where the wife is taking all the blame for a man cheating on her. Like, I never seen that happen before. Usually the man takes a lot of the blame, and also the mistresses usually get more of the blame as well. But this is the first time I ever seen the wife get like a lot of the blame. So that's really interesting. But like y'all were saying, I do think she has some psychological issues, but I guess when we're talking about people who have psychological issues, if you ridicule them, then it kind of makes them, I don't know, I guess it kind of makes people who have these kind of issues not, get the help they need, or either, admit that they need this kind of help, because, in the Black community, we kind of, we tend to ridicule people who have psychological issues. So, I just hope that people don't ridicule her to the point where other women who have these issues, or other people who have these issues, feel like, oh, I can't come forth, I can't get the help because people are going to think I'm crazy. So.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, man. Like I said, with her, and I told people I had Deidre on the first part, on the last previous stream on this, and like I said, I'm not known in the field of the psychology and all that stuff, and all the terminologies. Yeah, it can be problematic, and usually a person that's more professional will do more analysis. But overall, he already watched the first video, and he already concluded that this woman is not in no condition to be even dating because of that. And as you know, what happens when you get in this situation where you've been touched like that you brush off like it's nothing, and for a reason, it's protection of not only yourself, but you don't want to let your family members know. But the consequence of doing that, you're going to feel the after effects. And to find that she went and got not one but 3 different therapists, even to the point where she talked about the one in UK said they analyzed and said nothing wrong with her, is a big red flag to me. and it makes me wonder that to a lot of us as people, even we got the money or not, do we really take our mental health really serious? I mean, literally, because to me, I think she did not really go ahead with the few therapists that she appointed because she looked for that one that won't deny her of what really is wrong with her. I'm very convinced now, even when she admit that and said that she gone through tests and said nothing was wrong with her, it makes me believe that yes, something's wrong with you, and you find some other opinion and pay some big money to really overshadow that. Personally,
Well, you know what, Chaos, but if anybody paid attention, she kind of told off on herself
The whole
because Derek, she said that when her and Derek was having a particular conversation, and Derek was saying, "That's it, you got to go right now," and she got up and she called her mom, tucked tail, and ran. Derek was going to admit her behind. That's what he was going to do. If you go back and listen to that, that's exactly what she said.
I think that's a fair point, which I think he messed up too, because if that was an out for him, and according to her, he met her or he ran to her, whatever how she's framed it, he should never did that. He should just like, yo, let me just be single. Let me deal with this at a distance. But I don't know. Like I said, it's both. Me personally, I said a long time ago, it's both of them. I think they. Go ahead.
Been in a relationship with a narcissist.
I can't say that I have, but I mean, relationship or sleeping with, no. A relationship that I had, the experience I had with one, yes. So I pandered to this person. I got the love bombing a lot. I had like people that she would just like, yo, you need to let that let's say for example, if me and Chaotic is cool with the same agreement, right? But you come in and say something and Chaos can disagree to your opinion. And then behind closed doors, she would just tell me like, yo, you need to let Chaos go. And I'm like, yo, this is my man $100,000. No, he got to go like now. That, yeah.
The reason why I asked that is because everyone is like, and the sad part is just hearing everything that's going on. I don't even think he'll be able to come out and really truly tell his side of the story. He will never be able to tell, painting her tell the real deal, the fill in the gaps that she wasn't able to give us. He's not gonna be able to tell that, because then he's going to be dragged to hell. But she was able to drag him to hell first, and everybody's having all the sympathy for her. If you've ever
his hands are not clean, that's the reason why he can't.
If you ever been in a relationship with a narcissist, someone who gaslights you, they let you, and then then that gaslighting makes you question your whole reality. But because
have you walking on eggshells, have you questioning yourself, making you think it's you? Yes, I've gone through all of that. Okay, but what I'm saying is
first though. Like,
okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The reality is he will never be seen as the one who is being gaslit, because he's a very brawny, muscular, tall man.
That's not it.
Ever give him the benefit of the doubt.
That's not it.
Because I'm sorry, asking someone to help you with your homework is not manipulation.
It's not even that. It's just that he manipulated millions of women. So if he can manipulate millions of women,
not done.
But what I'm just saying is, can I interject real quickly? Just real quickly. If he can manipulate millions of women, what do you think he's gonna do with that one woman that he's with all the time?
So you're just gonna be disagreeable, right? Like just be.
I'm sorry if you can't take other people's opinions.
Just going to. I was quiet.
You can finish. I just wanted to say that one thing. I did ask nicely, but you're not into sharing the conversation. But go ahead.
I was quiet when you were talking.
So okay, go ahead.
You have no self-control. That what you have to say is more important.
Oh, okay, now see what you're not gonna do is chastise me.
But I already did though.
Young lady, please.
How you gonna call me?
No. Please continue what you were going to say. Look. It don't even matter at this time. We both grown women. We're both grown women.
Ladies.
So again,
Ladies.
Okay, continue what you had to say.
Yeah, now
Ladies.
you're going to catch an attitude after
Ladies.
interjected
Ladies.
and was being rude.
Ladies.
Okay, well, you're being rude right now.
Hold on, ladies, hold on, breathe. I'm gonna let you finish, and because this stream's pretty long enough, I probably will soon have y'all closing statements. So wherever finish y'all statements, please. But finish statement, and we'll do it close.
I've helped many of classmates with their homework and never felt manipulated. Even if I may have had some crushes, if they did not respond to that crush, never not once felt manipulated. You cannot manipulate women who know you're in a relationship, know you're married, because by 2018, these women knew he was married. You can't saying that he cheated prior to them getting married, moot point, because they weren't in a relationship. He did not manipulate all these women. These women knew full well that he was married. Now, the ones that came out on Tasha K, they said that, well, he said we were separated. And the truth and reality is both Denaya and Derek said, yeah, they were separated at the time. They were still legally married, but they were separated. She left. So I'm not seeing manipulation on his part. I'm seeing manipulation on her part. But the sad part is he's not going to be able to come out and tell his story in full detail like she did. Because nobody wants to hear it from a 6-foot+ man who's muscular and good looking, because such men are never victims. They're never victims of physical abuse. They're never victims of verbal abuse. They're never victims of sexual assault. No one ever see her as the monster, because look at her. She's soft. She's small. She's the mirror. But that's exactly how she wants people to see her. But I didn't fall for it. So I don't know her. I don't know him. I don't have a dog in this fight. My objective opinion is, my professional opinion is, she is not telling the whole story. She lied about what the therapists are saying, which means she lied about everything else. She's giving us bits and pieces of what she wants us to have in order to place herself in a good light with the public. She's very good. She's very good at what she's doing. She's highly manipulative and vindictive, and that came from her own fingers, from her her Instagram. And I ain't there.
Okay, I agree that there's something wrong with her psychologically. I agree that there is some manipulation on her part, but I'm not going to put all of it in her lap. Like I said earlier, as far as Derek and people knowing that he was married, I didn't even know the man was married until this whole thing happened. I really didn't. A lot of women didn't. So, for you to say that these women knew, a lot of women did not know he was married. And Danae sat up there and said the same thing. She said a lot of women didn't even know that he was married, even though he wrote a book. I just found out about that. Talking about their marriage, didn't know. He never really spoke on his marriage when he did his videos a lot. So he was still carrying on like he was a single man. But I will say this, I do believe that, she does need to get some help. She does have something going on with her. I'm not a psychiatrist, so I can't diagnose her. But I do believe you're right. She's not being honest about, anything that she discussed with any psychiatrist, if she even went to one. Because she doesn't appear to be a woman that went to go and get that type of help. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and agree with you guys on that. But does she have the absolute right to be in the state of outrage that she's in? Absolutely. Because once again, we're not going to sit up here and ignore the fact that we have all these women coming out of the woodworks, and whether she knew about it before we did is neither here nor there. Now, if you talk to any relationship counselor, they will tell you that you cannot place a timeline on somebody's healing after you have broken the trust in the relationship. It may take that person a year. It may take that person 10 years to trust you again. And that hurt may never, ever go away. And it is on the person that inflicted the hurt on the other person to make that better. And so you guys are putting too much of the onus on her when he was the one that stepped out on the marriage. I'm not talking about the situationship. I'm talking about the actual marriage. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Great Pill. Do me a favor.
Yes,
Go on
sir.
Derek Jax's IG now page and check if his page has more than 100 more either posts or whatever. Can you double check right now quickly?
Cool. Doing it now.
Chanel, do you have any closing statements, Chanel Shalom?
Not really. I agree with Faith. I don't think that Danae should be taking the bulk of the blame for what happened. I think that Derek is a grown man and he made the decisions that he made, and hopefully, people will hold them both accountable for their part in what happened.
Thank you, Chanel. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, so what are we looking for? Okay, so his following count is 1.3 million. His
No, I'm not concerned about his font. I want to know how many posts he has present. If you could share your page, that'd be good. If you could share
sure, no problem. No problem.
Okay. And
he has over 1,800 posts, but I will say this, and I'm
okay. There we go. That's what I want to know. All right.
Yeah, he has over 1,800 points. Let me say this.
But before you say something, I need to look. Scroll all the way up top to his the top. Let me read. Okay, so he has. So I'm gonna show how long he has IG. Now the reason why I'm want you to post this because I want to see the people that follow these so-called social media influencers. There's always pictures of people's actions, right? And to those that's paying attention, which I'm going to believe a good majority of those that follow him don't really pay attention enough unless he does his little videos. Okay, I am of the belief, not assuming, that people go by what they see through visuals. They don't go by mostly what they read or the post and follow every action. If they catch the reels. This man was married for 5 years. Well, he still is married because I don't think they dissolved. And it's posted on his social media, especially on IG. Right? So those that knew he's married, knew. Those that didn't, they didn't because they were not really invested in knowing a little bit more about the man. And then I can go through 1,800 posts. And anything that he posts 5 years ago, I guarantee is the count of posts that he has now. And I would say it probably falls under 800 or 900 at best. And I'm just giving guesses. So the point is this, and let me take this down. There's some people knew and some people know. And the reason why I say some knew, some didn't, because a lot of people were not really invested in know more in that, say, especially women that are single, which a good portion of the ladies are. They're not gonna look and say what this man really is like. Is he married? That they're gonna try find and seek this dude out. They're more infatuated of what he looks and what he says. They're not really going into detail. Say, I wonder if I can get a chance to know him. Let me see if he's single. And even if he was married, that's not gonna stop most ladies. Let's stop it. Let's stop the cap. They're gonna still try to get at him. It is what it is. Any closing remarks, ladies?
I just want to say that when you are in a relationship with a narcissist, there is no accountability on your end until he comes out with a full story of exactly what happened, like she gave. I'm going to stick to my assessment of her, that she's a narcissist. She's not a victim. She's not innocent. Regardless of him cheating or not, their marriage would have still broken up. They would have not have lasted. So the fact that she manipulated him into a marriage, knowing that that's not what he wanted. He wasn't into her like that. There was other women that he was sleeping with. He had a rotation. She was in it. She manipulated him into marriage. She got the relationship she wanted. She got what she wanted, and she got what her hand called for. And I can't sit here and say, oh, poor you, after you knowingly went in with your eyes open, and then you had a different expectation of, well, we're married now, so you're supposed to choose me. Unless that conversation is had, there is no guarantee. You can't have that expectation. And I tell this to all my female clients. You never go in blindly. You negotiate the relationship that you want. You have these conversations very clearly up front. You set your boundaries and you do not sacrifice them. If you do, whatever comes, you're gonna have to eat that. That L is on you. You cannot put the responsibility of how you feel and what you've gone through on the other person, because a leopard never changes its spots. A snake is going to be a snake. And if you decide to dance with the devil, you're going to dance and you're going to lose. But you can't blame anyone but yourself.
Okay. Okay. Faith, any closing statements? Oh,
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's very difficult because I think that they both need to take responsibility. I would not put responsibility on just Derek because I do believe that there was some manipulation from Danae, but I can't also not put all the onus on her because Derek was cheating and Derek is a grown man. If he wanted to not marry her, he could have just not married her. Nobody twisted his arm. Nobody came to the wedding with a shotgun. I didn't hear anybody say it was a shotgun wedding. So, he made that decision of his own accord. He's a grown man. M-A-N, man. So I watched the video. She did take a lot of accountability for a lot of things, shared a lot of things that, like I said, I wouldn't even share, like even the part about her daughter, that was a little bit much. And that told me right there, like the lady said earlier, that there's definitely something wrong with her psychologically when she can see other women in her own child. So I do agree with that. But we're talking about a woman here that's had a lot of trauma throughout her life. She's had abandonment issues, and she basically did what a lot of women that have trauma do. They choose men trying to repair a relationship that they had with their father. And she talked intensively about the abandonment issues that she dealt with there. So, is that Derek's fault? No. But at the same time, when two people get married, you take what you call vows. And when you stand there before each other, your family, the church, and God, you promise to love, honor, cherish each other, forsake all others. All of that is in the vows. And to say that this woman should not have expected her husband to honor the vows is crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, we hoping that most people, when they decide to take that bigger step into the the contractual vows part, that we hope they obligate their end of the bargain. I totally agree with you, Faith. Chanel, did you have any closing statement?
No, just great discussion.
All right, thank
I
you.
enjoyed it. Mm-hmm.
Hope to see you again soon on our future stream. All right, Chanel. All right. All right, great pill. Any last remarks? I don't know if you say any last remarks.
Yeah, I'm glad you showed the reflection of when it was asked, like, hey, nobody didn't know the man was married. The women were saying, even the women were saying, like, okay, well, it's on his Instagram, is here, If you remember, anybody remember the good old Facebook days? I still have it. There were some women and men that they didn't care, but it was in the status. Even the ones when the women said complicated, the men knew. Even the ones when the men had their status up there, the women knew. But again, it's both of them got issues. I don't know. It's like I said, man, this is a lot. I think she got issues. I think personally she's doing all this for the attention, to gaslight this man to get him out. She clearly stated she had money. And this is on the IG one. She had the money. She housed him. She fed him. She clothed him. She got him up looking nice and clean, the way she wanted to model him. I really think that she manipulated this man to the point where she's like, you know what, I'm gonna groom you. And she even mentioned in her past that she had daddy issues. Her dad.
Great pill. I just want it as quickly as possible because I don't want to be. I'm almost.
Oh, no problem, sir. Okay.
It's very late. I didn't think the stream was gonna be this super long, but I love every minute of it. Go ahead.
It's a good conversation. Everything pretty much. Miss LeTisha kind of wrapped it up nicely in the bow. So yeah. They both deserve each other, but I guess he just had enough. He got a kid and he saw some kind of little light. He just had enough and he did. Like she one way she on, one way she off. Hell, just even her Instagram. So it's a lot, man. She knew what she got herself into. Let's just say he was evil. Let's just say he was. Everybody say he is. She knew. She saw. She's naming people, name dropping 11 women. She knew, and she still stuck with it. So now he out. Now she mad. You should be happy, but she not. So I'll leave it like that.
Thank you, Great Pill. I appreciate it. And like I said, please email me. All right. Until next time. All right. Peace. And Miss LeTisha Underwood. For those that's not familiar, this is her card. This is her promo. You there, LeTisha? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
And what's the links for people to follow you? Just a reminder.
You can follow me on IG at twoheartsexclusive. You can just twoheartsexclusive either with the number 2 or it's spelled out TWO. You can subscribe to my YouTube channel, The Matchmaker with LeTisha Underwood. Of course, my banner has changed. I forgot to give you, this is my old banner. And I focus on helping young women attract, date, and marry men in the top 5% of individual income earners. Whew, it's a long night. I'm tired now. This is a good show, Chaos. This is a really good show.
Yeah, man. It's not like how how Clubhouse go. They do like 24-hour streams, 35-hour streams. Hell, even 3 days. I can't do it. We're on another platform where time is very limited. Sometimes we do these long streams, but they make sense, so they're not just long or drawn. It all adds up and makes perfect content at the end if you have the patience and the audacity to sit and listen and learn. So like always, LeTisha Underwood, it's good to have you back on here. And like I said, anything else that needs to be covered, and like I said, this is a learning thing. It's a teachable moment that they're getting an actual perspective. I had a therapist for the first part, and now I have you as a woman that does this for a living, deal with clients. Once was women, now deal with men, and you know what you deal with on a daily basis. Knowing you deal with more high tier people that's roughly over 6 figures, still same thing. You know what they're expecting in the market. You know what's going on, and one thing's evident: you must know what you're getting into before you say I do. And if the phase of the counseling doesn't work well, then the marriage by default is already doomed from the start. Am I right, Miss LeTisha?
Yes, I definitely. I tell men and women, set your standard, and then you have your boundaries firmly in place. People who don't have boundaries, then people are going to just do whatever they want. Like, that's human nature. Like, even therapists will tell you the way that human behavior works is people will do what they want, right? People are just going to do something. Like, no one is truly altruistic. You can't put the responsibility on someone else to treat you appropriately when you don't even put that on yourself. So set your boundaries and make sure that you're looking out for yourself and you're taking care of yourself, and don't put that responsibility on someone else, because they just may not know how to treat you exactly how you need or desire to be treated. So set your boundaries, have your standards, set your boundaries, and don't sacrifice them. And when someone wants you to sacrifice your boundaries or they can't handle your boundaries, then you know that person is not for you. And I'm sorry, but I'm not one of those people who, both people are accountable in relationships. I've seen relationships where a person has done absolutely nothing, is not deserving of any of the treatment that they're getting, and someone is dumping all of their trauma, wanting them to heal them and make them perfect and make them happy. That's a lot on a person. So get therapy, get real therapy, get help. If you're going to be out here dating, you're looking to pair with someone. A lot of women fail to realize that the reason why they're not in relationships is their inability to pair bond. And I can tell by the way that women engage, the way they communicate, the way that they move, the way they go about their lives, especially with social media, it shows that their pair bonding is impaired. So a lot of women are probably wondering why their relationships don't work out, why they can't get in relationships. Therapy will help you to unpack and uncover that. There's a lot of childhood traumas that people aren't dealing with. They're expecting the other person to make them feel better about life, to give them something, to pour into them. That's not the other person's responsibility. You can't be walking through life with all this trauma and all this baggage and think that the other person is just supposed to know what to do with that. We all have our trauma, so we all have our responsibilities and duties to ourselves first and foremost. I wish Denaya the best. I truly hope that God works to heal her heart. I wish her children all the best, and I wish Derek the best, and I hope that they can eventually, regardless of what the public is saying, come together for the sake of their children and co-parent, because those children, like you said, that oldest one especially, like if she ever comes across that stream, she's going to need therapy to cope with that and deal with that, to cope with the fact that her mother has issues that have nothing to do with her. So I wish them nothing but the best, and I'm going to keep them in my prayers.
Yes, indeed. And like always, follow her on Clubhouse mostly, and she does have a YouTube channel, and hope that she'll put more content.
I'm leaving Clubhouse. They gotta subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm relaunching my YouTube channel. I'm really gonna get into doing content over there. I have my first 7 days of content coming up. 9 a.m. starting Sunday, 9 a.m. every morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 9 a.m. I'll go live speaking to women on subject matters on how to attract, date, and marry high value men that are in the top 5% of individual income earners.
Y'all heard that first, man, here on the Chaos Range Show. And like always, I'll be anticipating watching that, see how that goes. God, LeTisha, you're going to get gray hairs. You're going to get stressed. These women are going to run you down the ground. I could sense the threats, all this beautiful stuff that's going to come down the line for you. But I wish you the best. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be wonderful. You're going to do some real work. It's going to be different than Kendra G, all that fake nonsense, that dating show where she just don't hold no person accountable, maybe the man, but not the woman. And the woman think they're going to get a top tier man. I say you're delusional. I can't wait for this broadcast. So I'm not hoping, but I'm expecting greatness. Do you hear me, LeTisha?
I hear you and I appreciate it. And I thank you for having me on. I always enjoy coming on your show, even though it's always late. But thanks for having me on.
Good. Excellent. All right. And like always, we keep in touch soon. All right. Good. You have email. All right. Okay. All right, guys. That's it. For those that's not familiar, follow me on the many social media links. Sorry. Follow me on Twitter at ChaosRain7. Also, add me as a friend on Facebook, Eric Ray on Facebook. Follow my Rumble. I have a page on Rumble. It's in the description of this video. So please follow me on Rumble. And join the Discord service of the Chaos Range Show. Links in the description of every video. And also the Discord is on the About section of this page on YouTube. And that is all the links. Thank you again for watching or listening to today's broadcast. Hit the like button on your way in and on your way out. And leave a comment. I want to hear from you. This was very long, but there's some things that was said that I want you to go through slowly, piece by piece. Looking forward to it. Until next time, the Chaos Reigns.